and also having participant or women representative in the peace mechanism. And this was not happening before, having a women representative in peace mechanism. But now, through the South Sudan Women Coalition, it's ensured that it has a continuous contribution of women on a monthly basis up to now. Such mechanism like the NCAC, the RGMEC, and the Citizen Vietnam also. And also through the women effort, RRCs contains important provisions on the provision of the sexual and gender-based violence as well. And I think what made this work is the unity and coordination of women of South Sudan by then. And the women group and the South Sudan Women Coalition demonstrated a remarkable unity among women by then, with the help of IGAD, with the help of the international community. And they were having a common agenda to achieve peace in South Sudan. They were so determined and so resilient, despite the challenges that they were facing before and within the negotiation period. Also, the direct engagement. This is one of the key pillars or factors that's contributed to the achievement of peace or the implementation of the RRCs by then, the signing of the peace agreement. Because women was in direct contact with the negotiators, the warning body, and they conducted several advocacy meetings with different key stakeholders, different parties, in order to implement peace in South Sudan. And not only that, but they had a community connection. They had connection with the grassroots level. They had connection with the technical committee. So there were women supporting from each angle. In order for peace to be achieved in the country. So the resilience and determination of women of South Sudan played a very crucial role. And I believe the expansion of the agenda as well, when they force attention to issues like healing and public accountability. So I believe that up to date, those initiatives are still continuing advocating for women's rights, continue advocating for policies for peace, and continue advocating also for legal framework to do with the right of women. I can mention recently the visit of the South Sudanese Women Coalition members to Liberia to meet the women of Liberia, like an exchange visit. It was so fruitful visit, and it made the women of South Sudan realize the effort that women make in order to achieve peace. So the group of women were from various factors, from the parliament, from the government, from the civil society, individual activists as well. So I believe it is a point whereby we have to localize the women, peace, and security agenda everywhere in order to achieve sustainable peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva. You're doing a lot of amazing work, particularly the continuous work engagement you're doing in including women. We now have Dua, who's from Sudan. So Sudan has been going through political upheaval and humanitarian crisis. Often women are at the forefront of community resilience, but excluded from formal negotiations. From your experience, how have Sudanese women managed to keep peace at the community level, even without formal recognition in political processes?
Firstly, I want to thank IGAD for these opportunities, and also I want the organizer to provide a special space to discuss women and security issues. As all of us, we know Sudan now in ongoing conflict in all Sudan states, and Sudanese women, like many African women, suffering from patriarchal social system, dictatorial regimes, and also conflicts. And Sudan has experienced many conflicts, starting from South Sudan conflict to, The conflict in Sudan is starting from South Sudan conflict to Darfur conflict, and to Nuba Mountain conflict, and now in April War. So during all these conflicts, Sudanese women faced death, faced the social system, gender-based violence, and SGBV also, and they faced also the systemic sexual violence during all Sudan wars. And war always affected women's life in many aspects. Women and girls, they are targeting by violence during the war, and also they lost savings and livelihoods. There is no access for services in Sudan now for women, no access for food, and also the displacement and situation of women in IDPs camps is very bad inside Sudan or outside Sudan. Also, the women during Sudan war, during April war, they are facing now many types of sexual violence like rape, child married, forced married, and other types of sexual violence. And also during this war, there is targeting for women, human rights defenders also. The war narrative in Sudan trying to portray women just like victims. And I think this happens in all African countries or in all around the world. But actually, Sudanese women, they are not just victims. With all this suffering, we are active in confronting oppressive social system and political system also, abrasive political system also. And our resistance continued from the independence until now. And also beginning from the December Revolution as the turning point in our lives as Sudanese women. So that is why when we are looking on the formal spaces for peace building, maybe we will not find Sudanese women participation. But we will, when we are look at informal spaces on the community work, working in grassroots, we will find women involved more in grassroots work, advocating for peace and social justice, and also providing humanitarian aid for Sudanese women in local communities. So Sudanese women and their initiatives play a critical role in advocating for gender-inclusive peace process, despite they are not representing in formal peace-building spaces. So in Sudan, now I will come to your question finally. In Sudan, Sudanese women, to keep peace in our communities, firstly we use activism. The activism help us to cope with all this suffering, and we use the activism, our Sudanese women using the activism to healing from the suffering from the conflict, and we are using also care and solidarity as a starting point to activism to seek to support, to protect each other during the conflict. Also, we are keeping peace through supporting traditional aid, humanitarian aid actors to respond to the gap, because many traditional humanitarian actors, they often unable to access areas to provide much needed services to women. Women activism in Sudan comes in a context where traditional humanitarian actors don't always have capacities or appropriate approach to respond to the urgent needs in the Sudan context. Also, Sudanese women use the approach of the networking. They build networks and collectives. These networks and collectives work like localization, the level of localization for the women peace and security also. And these networks also helps the woman to access the funding, visibility, and policy influence. And also, this network helps the Sudanese woman to adapt with the circumstances through peer support and inspiration. The one also from the approach we use it in Sudan to keep peace is advocacy. The feminist initiatives and women initiative in Sudan advocate for inclusive of women and their specific needs in peace policies and agreements, locally and internationally. So we did, or we are doing this through many approaches. We built big coalitions. During the war, we have now the coalition of Sudanese women against war. We have also the big group for Sudanese women working on stop war and building, on peace building and building democracy also. It is women groups from more than 60 women groups. They are working together to advocacy for women agenda during the war and after the war also. And they are advocating for this agenda with international actors, regional actors, and also the Sudanese women shaping their agenda now during Sudan war and advocating for this agenda in different spaces. The important one, when they are participated in Geneva mediation for Sudan war, and they also they had the influence in the Geneva agenda also. Also in Sudan, we are using the empowerment approach to keep peace in the community. Women and initiatives in Sudan build the resilience of women through economic empowerment, provide psychological support also, and healing and training on resilience, survival, and safety skills. For example, we have Sayha Network also contribute to transforming women roles through peace building and peace skills training by providing this training and economic skills for women in different areas in Sudan also. And women in Sudan also, they are always support each other with in emergency situation. Sudanese Women Initiative also respond to urgent needs of women and girls affected by the conflicts by coordinating with local and international actors and providing emergency support directly through the initiative. Some feminist initiatives also, or women initiatives, we can say, focus in specific groups such as displaced women and women with disability, children and women lost their subsistence and source of income during the war.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you. You can just wrap up, please. Yes,
what?
If you can conclude briefly. So sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
No worries.
Okay, I will end in 1 minute.
Perfect.
Okay. When in emergency area, we have the feminist emergency room. Yesterday, I talked about the emergency room. We have the feminist emergency room. This is a group from women volunteer working in the war-affected area, providing support for women needs and documentation sexual violence and provide also women-specific needs. Despite all this, Sudanese women face also facing challenges to achieve all this, like security situation, access to funds and displacement, and also the risk of physical violence from all war parties. Thank you.
It's great to hear a lot of the grassroots initiatives particularly happening with the devastating situation in Sudan, and you're doing amazing work there. So we'll now move to Stella. Stella, thank you for joining us on the panel. You've been a part of you've sat on several international and local mediation tables. What unique strategies or qualities do women mediators bring to negotiation, and how do you think this can be better valued and integrated into peace processes?
It's on. Thank you so much, Commander Abebe and your team, IGAD. Thank you so much for having us here, and new friends and old friends, and the intergenerational thing is going on around here. And I nearly refused to sit on the panel because I thought it's like taking a sweet from the mouth of a baby. I think, you know, we should give the platform to our young ladies. But I'm so happy to be here. And I wish we had the mic, because I like using my hands, if you don't mind. Yes, please, thank you. So my name is Stella Mystica Sabiti. I'm from Uganda, but I've lived as a refugee on 3 different continents: the Americas, Africa, and Europe. I'm 72 years old, and out of those years, I've been 45 years working on the area of peace and security. And that has taught me actually that we don't have to be too serious when we are talking about peace and security, that we need a bit of humor, because without humor and fun, we die. We need to do that. We need to reach inside and be creative. So here we go. I'm from Uganda, and I would like all of you to count in your different languages from 1 up to 10. There we go. Start. Wahid, Etnen, Talata, Arab.
I want to know how you do that.
Just because it's important, it doesn't mean we can't have fun with it. So everybody count from 10 up to 1. There we go. In your languages.
And you can't see it.
Stella, where did you learn that trick?
I know, in the Middle East and Far East, this is called accountability. If you walked the face of this earth, when you come back, you show that you've been away. So these are the skills I learned by working away from home. And I have so many other, these are magic tricks. They are tricks, they are not real. I'm not doing magic. It's just tricks. And I have more than what you see in my hand, and I also work very fast. And I talk all the time to draw your attention from what I'm doing in front of you. So that's how it works. I speak very slowly so that your mind goes slowly while my hand is working very fast. Yeah, so it's just tricking the brain. And sometimes you need these skills in order to do peace. And I was in South Africa one day. By the way, I need a lot of, you need to guide me about time, because I'm a storyteller and I love talking to stories.
I'll let you know when you have time to.
Please. I was in South Africa. I was at a shopping mall, and I was surrounded by young men who had other ideas. They were going to shop from my handbag. In other words, they wanted to take my bag, and I wondered, what do I do in broad daylight? Then I remembered, but I know magic. Why don't I do it? So I pulled out. I have different colors, and I did this, and they all got so shocked. And they forgot that they were there to harm me, and they asked me to show them how to do it. And for the rest of the afternoon, I walked with them. There were more than 10 throughout the mall, if you know Menlyn Mall, in South Africa. So we walked around, and they became my assistants in doing tricks, and we did tricks all over the mall. And then we hugged and kissed, and I gave them a few rands, and they went. And I think that night they didn't rob from anyone. So these things, we have to be very creative, and I think women are very creative. We are born creative because culture allows us to be creative. Culture allows us to dance. Culture and socialization allows us to laugh and dance and do things which men are not allowed to do. And so for me to answer this question and to share with you, I find it difficult to just talk about women in peace or youth in peace. It's a field for everyone. We need everyone to work together. It's a collaborative effort. They say peace is a group effort. No one group can do this alone. The women will come in, try to do it their own way, but they don't understand the perception of the men. They don't have the perspective of the men. The older people will be there, but they don't understand the feelings and worries of the younger ones. And the younger ones will be there, and they don't understand. So we need everyone, all different classifications, which I really don't like. I don't want us to be put in little boxes, but human beings. So we have to put a human face to building peace. For the last 16, 17 years, I've been based in Africa, at the African Union in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. First as EU advisor to the African Union in the Peace and Security Department, and then as, okay, you haven't introduced yourself, but as UN Women, I was UN Women advisor to the same department in the African Union. So at the beginning, I was the team leader for building the African Peace and Security Architecture, which is known as APSA, and it involves, the pillars are also the regional economic communities like IGAD, ECOWAS, SADC, East African Community, CENSAD, and so on, ECAS, all of those together. And we operationalized the frameworks that guide the work of peace and security on the continent. And my team were all men. I was the only woman, and I was coming from civil society. All my team, they were guys, and many were older than me. It's a long time ago. They were older than me, and they were either from government or from the military, from very heavy, strong countries, but I was their boss. And they would say, Stella, Stella, we don't have water, we don't have coffee, And guess what? I would get up and go and bring the coffee, and I would bring the water and give them. But if I had done it differently, look, I'm your boss, I don't do that. Why are you bossing me around? We have people who make the coffee and so on. Why not ask them, or why don't you get it yourself? I just thought, let me cross the line and go to their side. Cross the bridge and go to their side. So when working in the area of peace and security, let's learn to mix and mingle with the other side. The people we don't agree with, the people who want to do harm to us. We really need to do that, and that's how we manage to get humanity. I can't read what's written behind me. Oh, okay, I'm not sure what is written behind me there, but for me, my angle is looking at the human element. If we don't look at the human element, we will never do the work. Why? Why do I have to say that? Why do we need to do that? When I was 22 years old, or maybe 21, in Uganda, a student at the university, the Ugandans and others know Makerere University, I was abducted by soldiers of Amin at the time. This was 1976, and I was thoroughly tortured, and I was being taken to be killed. But as that happened, something told me to focus on the soldiers, because I couldn't believe that a human being could do those things to another human being. So when you see us walking with broken bones and things, and we want to sit more than stand, we don't run, we've survived so much. So those soldiers, I just decided to focus on one of them. And when I looked at him, I saw that he was actually crying at what he was doing to me. And I looked at the other soldiers, I saw they were crying, but secretly they didn't want anybody else to see that. And that's when I decided, I dedicated my life, I decided to work with armed groups. So that's what I've been doing most of my life. I work where there is war. I've been Southern Sudan at the time. Oh, yeah, Darfur, Tawila, Zamzam, and so on, and so many other places. I got the strength from seeing that the people who are doing harm actually don't want to do harm to you, but it's the situations that change people to do harm to others when they don't want to do it. And I thought that what I'll do, if I don't die from the scars and everything else, I will just go and hold the hands of those who are holding guns and see how they can put them down. So I'm going to ask from our technical team, do you have the pictures, please? I have some pictures, not the video, but the picture. Is that a yes? If not, we can have a live camera which can come and zoom into this picture. Hello, media guys. Are you there? Don't let us be more active than you, eh? Chop, chop, chop. We don't have time. We don't have time. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Only the ones facing you. Do we have them flashed here? 10, 9, 8. Okay, zoom in. I don't know what you can see. I was pretty young. So I know in my question I'm supposed to talk about girls as well, girls or young women in peace building. I was pretty young there. I'm in the middle in a yellow dress, and that is in Liberia. And I'm surrounded by guys with all sorts of arms. And I was then helping the UN to disarm the rebels of Liberia. And it is so funny that the LERD and the others, the armed groups, which were trying to take over the government. The next picture, please. Okay, I can address that one. Okay, up. Or we can just do what we're doing. A word about technology. Always things should be tested before. Yeah, this is the picture, and it's gone. That's another one. Can you see that one? Can you see it well? Hello, can you see it well? Yes. I was pretty young over there, and I was surrounded by armed guys. But that day we were disarming them, and they'd been fighting for so many years to take over government, and they had failed. But on the day that we're disarming them with the UN, then they managed to take over the country for about 2 or 3 days. And it's another story, and I'm going to document it. And I couldn't believe that the day of peace, when they were shooting in the air to celebrate handing over the arms, the guns, they were actually taking over the government. And I was left alone. The UN forgot me and abandoned me in the hotel. And these things happen to all of us who work in war areas, either those who live there or those who go to work there. The next picture, please. Desmond Tutu. I just added it there, that sometimes we need some amount of spirituality. It could be your own traditional religion, it could be Islam, could be Christianity, it could be whatever, it doesn't matter. But we call it spirituality other than religion, that you need to focus into the universe, and you need some blessings, some older and wiser people. So there I am with Bishop Desmond Tutu shortly before he passed. So that was a blessing for me, and I always treasure that. And if you can, please keep on tapping into the people who can give you blessings. Thank you. I don't know if there is another one. Maybe that is it. That is it. That's it. Very good. Thank you. I have a little clip later to show you. So at the African Union, so because I've worked at the grassroots level, I've worked at middle level, and it's around the world, but also specifically in Africa, I also made sure, so through UN Women, that we created the Network of African Women in Conflict Prevention and Mediation. I was asked to create a network of African women and girls to do mediation. But I know that the table is very small, and that's not where we need to focus our attention. If you're a peace builder, you need to focus at prevention, because once you let the conflict take over, you're running after it. You're not controlling it, it's controlling you. So we added, I had to negotiate, because I know how the AU works and the regional economic communities. I secured a go-ahead, and I put in conflict prevention as well. So that is called FemWise. A number of ladies here and in the audience were referencing it yesterday. So FemWise, the name, I created it with my children, because my terms of reference said, give it a name. And I said, how can I give it a name? It's yours, you know, the AU and the Rex. They said, no, give it a name. I said, fine. It's under the panel of the wise, and women are wise, and women, we have French, feminine, French, les femmes, and so on. So I put it together, and it became FemWise. Of course, the AU first refused, but FemWise is not an abbreviation of Women in Conflict Prevention and Mediation.
So sorry to interrupt. You asked me to remind you.
Yeah, but the pictures, technology, huh?
Yes.
And the pictures were there long before. So, all right, so I'm winding up. Do I have 2 minutes or 5?
Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We are partners. Yeah, okay, so we did that. And one of the things that FemWise has managed to do is train and give the capacity, the skilling to women, young women, and other different, it's all really intergenerational, to give them the skill in order to be at the table. I think you all know that most of the fighters are men, and when you say we are bringing in a woman to help, they say, but women don't know anything about guns, women are not part of this. They do other things, they know the babies and the cooking and making husbands happy. They don't know part of this. But we know in Africa we had Amazons. In December we were in Benin with the African Union, and there they have a culture of armed women since tradition. And we've had them, all of us. And we also know that in some cultures in Africa, in Uganda, in Kenya, everywhere, men who go to fight to protect don't do it without the blessing of the women. We know that. Secondly, we know that traditionally, women are always part of the peace process. The only thing that has changed is the arena, because now we are using the Western situation, which puts only a few people at the table and leaves others behind. In the African context, it's done in the open space. People sit in circles so that there's no one hiding weapons or writing funny notes and passing them on, and it's very open. The only thing is that the decisions will be announced by the men. But in Africa, when they sit under the tree or wherever, they never come up with a solution at the end of the day. They always say, we are tired, let's go home and sleep over it. Let's go and sleep over it. What they mean is we are going to consult the women, because the women are the ones who have the solution. The only thing that has changed again is that we don't want to be at the back, we want to be at the forefront. So to wind up, please, yes, thank you, I welcome that. We don't want to be consulted behind the curtains and under the carpet and on the pillow, because that, yeah, we want to be front and center. That means we have to change the table. Yesterday, people were talking, actually, you're talking about structure. We were together. You have to change the system. You can't just bring women and fit them in the current system of doing peace. You can't. I always say you can't bring if this was like a round circle and fit it into a square. You have to prepare the square to receive this. Either you square this and everything is square, they can fit each other, or you round the square and everything becomes round and they can fit. So we have to do systemic change, structural change, and that's why I was working at the African Union and the UN and so on and so forth. And for me, when I was reading through the frameworks, I couldn't see human beings in those frameworks. Pascal yesterday talked about the frameworks. They read, they are so wonderful English and so on, and commas and full stops and things, but there is no human being, there is no soul, there is no spirit of a human being. We need to put that there. So I would like to play the last clip. It's just 1 second. You can't believe it. And I'm going to stand up and address this, if my knees will allow me. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, let's start again, please. Again, I would like everyone to focus here. Here. You'll see someone coming towards us and then someone leaving, and they're about to bump into each other. Are we there? There he comes. There he comes. Here's a child and a man. See what he has done? Freeze it, please. Freeze, freeze. Did you see that? Did you see what happened? One man was walking with a big heavy rucksack, okay, backpack. And as he was entering, a man comes with a child. And what does this man do to the child? Could you play it back, please? Stop. Did you see what he did? He touched the shoulder of the little girl. You can't tell, you don't know what it is. But that man with the rucksack is a suicide bomber. This was in Sri Lanka in 2019 on Easter Sunday, where they went to, so I think there were 6 churches. Yes, 6 churches and about 7 hotels, international hotels in Colombo. It was Easter Sunday. So I have permission to use this. I compiled this from the internet, but I have permission from Sri Lanka to show this. This is a guy. His plan is to enter the church, St. Sebastian Church, blow himself up and kill everybody with him, or as many as possible. But as he's coming, he bumps into a child. Why do you think he held the child's shoulder? Because of his energy and so on, and the little girl is walking slowly. That's an uncle. It's not a father, it's the uncle walking with the girl. He knew he would bump into her, she would fall down, and she would bruise her knees, and she would cry. All right? Yeah. So he held her like this so that she doesn't fall down and injure herself. But the next minute, see what he does. Please, play. He's walking with a purpose. Purpose. This is the church. Now we are seeing from inside the church. There he comes. He positions himself and boom, he blows himself up and some people in the church. Now, if you showed this to the mother, if you showed this clip to the mother, what would the mother say? We don't have time, this is not a workshop. The mother would say that that boy who protected the little boy, the little girl, is my son. That's how I brought him up to be kind. But this one who blew up himself and everybody else, that's not my son. She can see it is her son. What she means is what or who did what to my son from the time I raised him to this point. Why did my son change? Why did my son change? And she's maybe wondering, why didn't the uncle of the other little girl maybe stop him somehow, though he didn't know? Through her mind, she's thinking about that. That is the pain of a mother. And that's why we need mothers at the table. But we have to change the shape and makeup of the table so that it can receive our issues and everybody else's issues, and then we move forward. We have to be skilled, stand under the mango tree so that we don't have to climb the mango to pluck it. Just stand a few minutes and the ripe mango falls into your hands. So let's learn to position ourselves, but be ready before we do that. I thank you so much. Sorry for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Stella. I think that's the hardest job I've had today, interrupting her, and she has so many nuggets of wisdom. But I think we get several call to actions. The first is to the regional economic communities, to IGAD. Do we have systems and structures in place to integrate women into mediation and peace-building processes? But also as women, you know, do we play into our strengths when we enter those spaces? Are we creative? Are we fun? Because you don't have to be a man, for example, or act like a man to be in those spaces. You have unique capabilities to exist there. And finally, we have Adil. So from a global and regional policy perspective, what approaches have been most effective in ensuring women's participation in, what approaches have been most effective in ensuring women's participation in not just symbolic, but shaping peace agreements and security policies? And in this case, particularly the role of young women.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always very hard to speak after Stella, so I'm not sure what I will add to the conversation, but thank you very much, and thank you to IGAD for having me to participate. I'm sure you've had a very rich day yesterday, and it's very nice to be amongst young people discussing issues of peace and security. So my name is Idil Absiya. I'm the Women, Peace and Security Advisor for UN Women. So I cover, it's a regional position, so I cover the Horn of Africa. So I work very closely with IGAD, Eastern Africa and Southern Africa. In relation to your question, before I start, let me just say, you know, I was in October last year for the commemoration of the resolution 1325. How many people have heard of UN Security Council Resolution 1325? Yeah? So not so many people. Okay. How about 2250? I hope everybody in this room heard of 2250. You've discussed frameworks yesterday, isn't it? Yes, it was mentioned. This year is a very special year. Do we know why? Yeah, we know why? Why? Somebody can just say out loud. I can't hear. Yeah, just turn on your mic and just.
We are celebrating 25 years of the enactment of the UNSC 1325.
What else? Go ahead. "10 years of 2250, 25 years of 1325. So it's a long time. And as we heard from Stella and our sisters who spoke before, Taha and Evelyn, sadly, the reality remains women continue to be systematically excluded from issues of peace and security, yet they're the most affected. Last year, the Secretary General report on women, peace and security that was tabled at the Security Council, and the Security Council, this year we have an IGAD member sitting on the council. Do we know which member state that is? I'm doing a bit of a quiz today. There's a member state of IGAD that's sitting on the Security Council right now as we speak, involved in shaping global peace and security decision making. Does anybody have a clue who that member state is? And I don't want to hear from IGAD colleagues, because from the young people. No? Wild guess? Somalia. Somalia is sitting on the council. So when the resolution, last year when the Secretary General was presented the report and presented the report to the council, some of the statistics was very worrying. And one that stuck on my head was that there are 650 million women and girls in the world who are living only 50 kilometers from an active conflict. Yeah? 650 million women and girls who are living only 50 kilometers from an active conflict. So 50 kilometers, not even an hour's drive, right? And then also sexual conflict, hey, what's wrong with me today? This coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Conflict-related sexual violence has doubled since 2023 to 2024. So, you know, pretty much the world is on fire, as we know, and we continue to see on media. So, yes, this year, very important resolutions are reaching milestones, but the sad reality is that we need to move away from policy and frameworks and speaking in UN language to practice. And how do we do that? How do we engage women more strategically to influence peace processes? Taha spoke about Sudanese women. We've worked very closely with IGAD to support Sudanese women to come together, to mobilize in their diversity. Not very easy to bring women, you know, because women are not homogeneous. Huh? We all don't think the same. We cannot assume that we all want peace all the time. Huh? To bring them together to come and develop a common peace agenda, that they can speak as women because they are the most affected in this conflict, as we've seen. And they were able to use what they've come up with, as they call the Kampala Declaration, or the AU Convention, AU Women's Dialogue Convention on Sudan, communicate to say, these are our demands, these are our priorities, these are our rights to influence and engage in these platforms. Yes, they're not given a seat, but they can also strategically influence by engaging with, you know, strategic bodies like IGAD. I know the ES is a big advocate of advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. I also knock on our UN colleagues' doors regularly and say, make sure that you don't forget that, you know, you include gender language in your communiques, in your talking points, to make sure that these issues are not left behind and forgotten. I'm sure, I mean, of course, there are many strategies. We've heard strategies of localization and grassroots, but conflicts tend to happen at the communities and not always at the capitals. So we need to engage women at the community level in track one, to influence track one, track two processes. And localization has worked in many countries. We've seen it in Uganda, we've seen it in Somalia, we've seen it in many countries. We've seen now in Somalia, we've heard of the Sixth Clan. Have you heard of that? It was in the 80s, 1990s, and the early 2000s, where women decided to influence and not wait for it to be invited, but say they are the Sixth Clan and they want to be at the table where it matters and decisions are being made. So it's very important to, use those practices and don't wait to be invited. Claim your seat and create your own table, as we say. Quotas. We've heard of quotas. I think somebody mentioned quotas. Yes, they work to some extent. We advocate for quotas because that's the starting point to get you to the table. But quotas don't always work because we have places where women are there, but they're not saying anything, or they're not engaged strategically. So we need to also say how we can, support them, to engage more strategically and effectively in these. I know the AU is now working on a policy. It's, to have a quota on peace and security processes and in mediation effort. I know Dr. Ayak is very much involved in that process. To say any peace process that's led by the AU, we need to have, let's say, 50 or 30% women to be part of that. So that's a starting point. And we also need to institutionalize women in mediation efforts, whether it's formal or informal. For the Great Lakes, recently, we brought together women. We created something called a Women Advisory Board for the Great Lakes to influence various processes that are happening on that. And then, of course, taking advantage and facilitating spaces for women and also young women to engage in global processes. We have the anniversary of 1325. We have other platforms and commemorations that are happening and processes. This year is also the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action. There are many conversations that are happening. We need to make sure that young women are also given the space to share their experiences and their needs. We have the UN Peacebuilding Architecture Review. You talked about the AU Peace Architecture. We also have the big monster, the UN Peacebuilding Architecture. How do we also leverage those strategic platforms and make sure that women's voices are included to make sure that any resolution, any process, any peace-building process, whether it's at the national, regional, and global spaces, are informed by this. And then I think one strategy is partnerships. Strategically leveraging partnerships, whether it's working with civil society organizations, working with women's rights organizations, working with young people, and not making sure that we leave them behind and forget them, to be able to, bring in their unique perspectives to the conversations and promoting, more inclusive peace and security processes. So let me stop there. I know Stella gave us the human face, but I come also with our UN jargons and and language, having been in the system for over 17 years. But I hope you're able to see how we can work together as young women, as young men, as women and men, to be able to promote inclusive peace and security, social cohesion in our societies that will thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Idil. I don't think I'm biased, but I'd say this has been an amazing panel and, just some of the best contributions, joking. But now we'll go into quick a question session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I think we'll try to take from every table. Okay, and we'll start with this table. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies. My name is Marwa, and I'm the Secretary of External Affairs in of the individual one and individual youth movement in Djibouti. So I really wanted you to know that it's very impressive what ladies contribute, how ladies contribute in peace building in your countries. So my questions go to Sudan. In post-conflict context, how can we shift from viewing women as a victim to recognize and embedding their leadership in national or maybe regional security strategies and building peace building framework? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mara. We'll go to that second table.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ramaz Ibrahim, and it's a pleasure meeting you, Madam Edel, as well. I don't know if you remember me. We met at the Women in Diplomacy Day at the Embassy of China. Pleasure meeting you again. And I also loved the presentation on the human aspect, Madam Stella. Really loved that. So my question is that I recently finished a course, by the way, provided by the UN Women on implementing, sorry, let me get back to it.
Sorry, if you could also use the mic, yes,
Oh, yeah.
so we can hear you better.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. So the course was on implementing the UN Security Council resolution on women, peace and security agenda in Africa, which was a really good course, by the way. And so my question is, over the 2 decades since the adaptation of the UN Women, Peace and Security Agenda, women in many conflict-affected contexts are still face systematic barriers, whether be it in the office sector, whether be it in ground fields. We're still women. We have that, I don't want to use that word because we're not that. We're simple, like we're women, we are delicate, if I may say. So what do you see the most urgent actions are needed to translate global commitment into real change for women participating in the security field or in the ground of their working? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll do this table.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the last panelist. She was talking about leveraging strategic platforms and inclusive peace and security. And very recently, Africa is calling for a permanent seat at UN Security Council. My question to you would be how realistic this call would be successful, to comment on it. Thank you.
Forms. So that table.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ugbad from Somalia, and it was really interesting listening to those powerful voices from women, peace and security specialists. My question is for all, especially I want to have answers from Edil, and I forgot the auntie name.
Stella.
Yeah. So the Somalia context is very complicated. With its different actors, whether cultural, religious, and the formal governance system, and women are backbone. They are the ones who thrive with the community from every aspect. And when it comes to peace and security, they are the ones who get most affected. So what I want is, I don't know if any other country have similar situations with Somalia, but we need localized or domesticated tips and strategies to include women in peace-building efforts. Some strategies and tactics that will not ignite sensitivity in our patriotic society. So if you could give us comments on that, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 more questions. We'll take this table and that table as a final question.
Thank you so much. Mine is not a question. My name is Catherine Wanderi. I'm a peace builder working with an organization called Midrift Human Rights Network. We work in Kenya, in counties of Nairobi, Kisumu, West Pokot, and Nakuru. And we have partners regionally in Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, West Africa. We also have partners in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Ghana. And this morning, mine is just a message of solidarity and congratulations to the Sudanese women peace builders because they are courageous, and I want to say that we celebrate and honor your unwavering commitment to building peace in the face of unimaginable challenges. A lot of us have not experienced those situations, and your courage, your resilience and determination stand as a beacon of hope, not just for Sudan, but for women and communities across the world. So thank you so much for your presentation and continue doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Atim Ruth from Uganda. I work for Gender Tech Initiative Uganda. And I'm very passionate about women involvement in issues that issues of development. So to the last panelist, I sort of forgot your name. In your experience as a policy analyst, what measures do you think are there to ensure that young women move from symbolic inclusion, to having real influence? In peace and security decision making, both at the community and the policy levels. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have one final question at the back.
Thank you. My name is Lavin Olwach. I work with a global organization called Search for Common Ground that deals with peace building. First of all, I just want to say this panel was worth the wait. The experience shared, really, really inspiring. My question goes to Adil. So based on, because this is the 25-year anniversary of the WPS, what lessons can the Youth Peace and Security Agenda actually learn from the Women Peace and Security Agenda, especially turning policy into on-the-ground implementation? So what can we learn to actually promote the implementation of Youth Peace and Security Agenda going forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we are waiting. And so we'll have each member of the panel answer a question that was addressed to them. If you feel that you also have answers to other questions that were not addressed to you, please feel free to do so. But please, let's keep it under 2 minutes.
Okay, I will answer the question. I think you asked about how we adopt the peace and security, women peace and security in national frameworks in post-conflict period. Okay, the problem in Sudan, there was a many conflict in Sudan. When we finish from the one start in another area. But always in Sudan, women use coalition building and networks to advocate for women peace and security issues. And this helped us also to building networks with grassroots women and involve all women, even in the grassroots and local communities, in advocacy for women peace and security issues. And this is also help in raising awareness about Resolution 1325. And I think the best experience in Sudan, we have a national plan for Resolution 1325. And all women, and not all women, but most women from most areas in Sudan participate in develop the national plan. But unfortunately, the problem is in the implementation of the plan. There is the COP come after the national plan, developed in transitional period after Sudanese revolution. And after that, Sudanese COP, military COP come, and after that, the war. So the most important thing now, we need to stop the war and keep peace in Sudan to be able to implement the national plans and put the woman, peace, and security in other national frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dua.
There was no question directed to me, but then I just want to have some reflection of one of the question when she asked about in regard to the efforts that women play in the peace and security agenda, but then still women face challenges. I think from my point of view, there are several factors that contribute to lack of women participating in peace process, for example, or achieving the women peace and security agenda. And when we look at it, we can see the three factors: the economic factor, the cultural factor, and also the political factor. But then I may answer this as a call for action, because if we look to the laws of South Sudan, we have a very, very strong draft role. But then the problem is the implementation. So it's just a call for a massive advocacy, international-wise, internal-wise, be it with the international community, IGAD, or women within civil society, to advocate for the legal framework on rights of women. Because I think women of South Sudan are somehow limited in so many forms, because you need a law to back up on. If we to look at the 35%, the Women Empowerment Bill is not implemented yet, and it's not enacted into law. The anti-GBV bill as well, and the family law, the customary law, and the Women Enterprise Fund. So I think those are the things that we need to focus on, and it's a call for action for the young women within the region to have a focus on the legal framework to do with rights of women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva. We'll now move to Stella. Oh, Edu.
Like this? Oh, okay. So, thank you very much. Yes, we are celebrating 30 years of the Beijing Platform of Action. And what is unique about that, it happened in Beijing in 1995. Before that, 10 years before that, it happened here in Nairobi, 1985. And I think 10 years before, 85. And then before that, it was somewhere in Latin America. So all these things, plus other things that have been happening, built up to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 that we are talking about today and also talked about yesterday. What is unique about the Beijing Platform of Action was stop war. Whereas in 1325 is how to protect women in situations of war. You and I know that the bullets don't care who is a man or who is a woman. So we need, or who is a child, who is an adult. So we really need to put our efforts into stopping or preventing wars if we want to really protect our people. And just to finish that story which I talked about at the beginning, that I was tortured by soldiers of our government in 1976, and I was newly married and I was expecting a baby. She survived, she's 48 years old. And yeah, I was newly married and expecting our baby, and she, yeah, I thought I would lose her, but she survived. Because I dedicated myself to working with armed groups, you just can't believe that after 26 years of that torture, I was actually appointed in Uganda by the international community, the communities, and everybody else to mediate a conflict, an armed conflict between the current government of Uganda and a rebel group. And that rebel group was made up by the soldiers who had tortured me 26 years earlier. And I was their mediator. How do you act when you are standing in front of the people who nearly killed you? It takes a lot of courage and a lot of those other things I talked about, the Golden Bridge. In the Sudan, so the Kampala thing, we're together. And the fight broke out. What I loved, yeah, the women really did beat up each other. But what saved them, someone stood, Rabab, she stood up and sang songs which talk about unity of Sudan. And they all stopped fighting and they sang those songs. It was so amazing to watch. So women have a certain way of calming situations. And finally, after that, we actually, a different group, we brought together now armed women in the different factions in Sudan, currently, armed women. And everything went so smoothly. No one was pointing a gun at the other. And it went very smoothly. What lesson do we draw from that? And I think that's why men sometimes say, but you don't know how to fight, you can't be able to help people settle down. But of course, we know we can. We know we can. I think also positive masculinity, we started as UN Women, positive masculinity, that we shouldn't always just talk about women, and forget the men. We have to do the same things together. And the UN now is beginning to realize that. And there's about 3 or 4 UN Security Council resolutions that are talking about the vulnerability of men in situations of war. They too are raped, boys and men. And they've come up openly and said it, but mostly they don't talk. So we really need to protect all our people. It doesn't matter where we are. And those frameworks we're talking about, don't worry. The UN and the AU and IGAD, but excuse me, IGAD is better off because IGAD can implement on the ground, whereas the others are guiding, but it's our member states, it's our presidents, our prime ministers who come up with those frameworks, ministers of foreign affairs, and so on and so forth. So it is up to us to work with our governments. Please, work with your governments to make sure that those things are implemented at ground level. You say the conflict happens in the communities because that's where people live. So please bring those frameworks down to make them work, to make them work, and carry out the purpose that they were meant to do. We can't always ask others, why don't they do it? We all have to be involved in that. And we have those mechanisms, I call them hooks. You hook your issue on those hooks, because it's our heads of state and so on who created those frameworks to help our people, to help us. Thank you so much. And by the way, we can't compare conflict situations. Each conflict situation is unique and is terrible. It destroys. It destroys. Horrible, horrible. We don't want to see that happen anywhere. And we join hands with everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stella. We'll now have Idil.
Thank you, Stella. I'll just pick up on your last point in terms of working with your governments, but also holding them accountable on those frameworks is very important. So not doing business as usual, is one lesson that we've learned 25 years later, that doing the same thing, advocating for the same thing does not always work. So we need to come up with new, innovative strategies. And some of us who have been in this space, it becomes difficult sometimes to think outside of the box. So we need young people such as yourselves to now come up and take those spaces and come up with those unique perspectives and use digital, use technology, The world is shifting. It's no longer analog, it's now digital. So now how do we also leverage and use some of these new approaches? And this is some of the new, the urgent actions, accountability, having the evidence. Evidence always helps, the data. And I think that's something that we always find difficult in this space is, how do you prove we are making a difference? We have launched many, many reports with data, with analysis, with recommendations, but who's reading it? So we need to be also, how we package our information is very important for young people, but also for the communities. One data, I think, statistics that's been used over and over again that was launched by UN Women during the 15th anniversary 10 years ago, is that when women are involved in a peace process, it's 35% higher chance of holding when women are involved. And I think that is the most used statistic, but yet 10 years later, we still don't find women in peace processes. So now during the 25th anniversary, I think it gives us an opportunity to reflect what has not worked, what can we do differently, and we don't have the solutions. I mean, we wait for people to come and give us solutions in terms of how do we now do things differently. Stella, you talked about positive masculinity. We need to work with our male counterparts, to be able not to advance the WPS agenda, but gender equality and women's empowerment. We have all these sorts of campaigns, we had the He for She Have you heard of he for she? And I think many of our heads of states signed on to it. Many campaigns, to engage our male leadership, but our counterparts, at home, at the community, at the local level, to engage. The reality is ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, is going down and down. We don't have no money. The UN is pretty much broke right now. I think all development multilaterals are suffering financially. And even when we had resources, the sad reality is that women's organizations, I think, didn't even get maybe 1 or 2% of ODA. 0.6 actually, not even 1%. And the sad reality is now, the first to be chopped is gender, including positions at the UN, and in multilaterals, State Department, the first position to go, cut the gender person, So we need to find ways to continue to support women's rights organizations who are doing very important work at the community level. As UN Women, we work very much with women's rights organizations. We work for them, we work by them and with them to deliver, our agenda of advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. So that's something that we need to continue to see how we continue funding these organizations and leveraging other resources that are available. In terms of the measures, how do we engage young women, in women, peace and security agenda is, co-creation. Taha, you talked about national action plans. National action plans are developed, yes. We need to make sure that young women are also involved in the steering committees from the inception phase, co-creation is very important. In peace committees, I think many of our member states here, IGAD member states, have peace committees in the national architectures. We need to make sure that young people are involved and young women are part of the peace committees. In Kenya, when I started working in the Kenya program many years ago, over 10 years ago, women constituted only, I think, 13 or 14% in 2014 of the peace committees in Kenya. And today they stand at 33%. Because it didn't happen because of the quotas or anything like that, but it was because of the continuous advocacy, the work that has gone into it, all the work that Mama Stella and all the ladies have spoken about. We've seen a shift. But does that mean they're actually engaging in these processes? That's another story for another day. We need to, assess. We always hear about Rwanda having women at 64% of National Assembly, I think the highest in the world. But I think we need to delve down and say, what change did they bring about? And how do we support that? And showcase the good work that is being done. A lot of work is being done at the community level, at the national level, at the global level, but nobody's talking about it because nobody knows about the work that is being done. So we need to document these best practices. Mentorship, I think, is very important to learn from the likes of Mama Stella and to learn from her wisdom. We have the African Women's Leaders Network. We have a caucus of young women leaders. We have FemWise. I'm sure many of you are part of FemWise. These are platforms where you can also learn from one another. And of course, learning is not one way, it's both ways. So to use these spaces is very important. And then finally, I talked about the digital spaces, utilizing digital spaces to be able to, counter the narratives, to showcase the work that you're doing, and to highlight the achievements of young women and young men to promote peace and security. And then with regards to the reforms, the reforms we always have reforms in the UN. It's never ending, and I think now is the most difficult time. Yes, there's been a push to reform the peace and security architecture. We have the permanent five who can veto, but the reforms are a very difficult conversation. I think right now, with all the wars that are happening globally, I think that has taken a back seat at the moment because of trying to stop the wars right now. But of course, it's very important to still have those conversations because those member states who are sitting in the Security Council are supporting some of these wars. It's a catch-22 at the moment. But of course, we continue to push behind the scenes. We have, right now, Somalia is on the Security Council, and I think Algeria is the other country in Africa. How do we also use them to be able to push and influence resolutions that have to do with ongoing conflicts in the world, but also those that are happening in our back doors in our region. So let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Idil. And thank you to the panel. And I know they had call to actions, but the last question is, what would you say to young women in one sentence who want to be included and who are change makers currently in peace and security processes?
Should I start and then we go
Yes,
this way?
and then we can summarize.
Okay, I'll just be very quick, but I'll just say, you know, step forward, claim your seat, and lead boldly. This year's slogan for the anniversary of the 1325 is, when women lead, peace follows. So make sure that you make sure that your voice is heard, because that voice that you have can spark that change to lead to peace and security and stability in our region. Thank you.
Wow, succinct, perfect. Thank you, Idil.
Thank you. Also, just to remind that 1325, although we see it as a monster from outside, was sponsored by an African member state, Namibia. Yeah. So we should own it as Africans. It's our thing. And it took lessons from us who suffered the wars in the 80s, 90s, in the 60s. And then we didn't sit down and cry. We got up and we worked about that to make sure that those things don't happen to our brothers and sisters in the future. So we have to be happy with ourselves. I think that's all I have to say. And Johnson Sirleaf, the female president of Liberia, you all have known of her. She's now really very tired, but she's the chair of AWLIN, African Women Leaders Network. One day I asked her, we were on a panel at the UN, but in Geneva, and we're just having a chit chat, and I said, how do you get into that space? I mean, what advice? Because the doors are closed. She said, no, the doors are never closed. But we think in our mind that the doors are closed. Just walk up to the door and just touch it and do like this a little bit. It will open. But many times we come pushing very hard because we expect it to be locked, and we fall in. We stumble and fall. And then we are busy patching up wounds and all that. So let's be bold. Young ladies, you can do it. That's why I chose that picture when I was a youngish kind of woman, surrounded by all those fighters. And I was not scared. I'm not scared. I'm scared of lions, crocodiles, snakes, but not human beings, never. Because they're just like all of us. Thank you so much. I just want to give you encouragement to do that. You can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stella. That was very powerful.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to say we need to bridge the gaps between women generation to ensure the young woman engagement. And also, we cannot say this is the time to advocacy for women issues. In all time, we can advocate for women issues. During the war, post-conflict, and every time. We need every time to build our networks, reach women in the grassroots, in local area, raising awareness about women, peace, and security issues. And also, we need to work every day to change gender norms, to change the system. Yeah, that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I would like just to conclude with the code that young people run fast, but the elderly knows the road. And I think this is the point where we have to break the intergenerational gap. And we have, as a young woman, we have to seek mentorship and support. We have to be informed, and if there is anything, we go and run for our elderly to ask them, our seniors to ask them, and for us to tell us how the road is based on their experience. So I can share also my experience with the South Sudan Women Coalition, because I've just joined recently, and I've never had a chance to stay with senior women from political arena and so on. But then it gave me a platform and a way to network with women. I remember when I was in Dr. Ayak's inbox, but through the Women Coalition, I've got to meet her personally, and we have interacted a lot. Also to mention and to thank the executive director of EVE organization, Ms. Rita Lopedia, for mentoring me personally, because I remember by then she will tell me, we have an advocacy meeting, please write a request to Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I was like, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs? So I go back to Google and write Minister of Foreign Affairs, South Sudan, and then I go back to her, here's the request, this is a former minister. So, you know, she was so open and she made me learn a lot of things. Also, I interacted with a lot of women from Voice for Change organization, and also the current deputy chairperson of the Women Political Party, which is Dr. Lona Ilia. So I think this is a very great opportunity to encourage our young leaders to seek support and seek mentorship currently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that call to action, and we've come to the end of the panel. I think we've had very powerful messages coming from the policy frameworks that exist to how exactly us as women can and play to our strengths in peace processes, and also to learning experience of women, grassroots women and women both in Sudan and South Sudan. And so if we could just take a quick picture, and then we've come to the end of our panel. Thank you so much for all the amazing contributions.
So we'll have a very exciting next panel, which is our 6th panel for the day. That's around youth-driven solutions, refugee and cross-border youth at the forefront of addressing root causes of conflict and displacement. And that panel is going to be moderated by none other than Dr. Victoria Anib Mayur, who is the head of Social Development Unit at IGAD. So please give a big round of applause for Dr. Victoria Anib as she makes her way to the front. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. As you have heard, my name is Victoria Nip. I'm the head of Social Development Unit at IGAD Secretariat, and I'm going to be moderating this panel on youth-driven solutions, refugee and cross-border youth at the forefront of addressing root causes of conflict and displacement. Isn't that a beautiful topic? We've been talking about youth participation, and here we're talking about putting youth at the forefront of providing solutions. And that's exactly the essence of our 2 days conference, allowing youth not only to talk and participate, but to have influence and influence policies and programs. I don't know if the panelists are in the room. However, just to give a bit of a background, youth in the IGAD region are facing numerous challenges. We've been listening over the past 2 days to a number of youth from refugee background. Youth are pushed by conflict and displaced by conflict. They have to flee their countries of origin to seek asylum in neighboring countries. Despite that, youth continue to be change agents. They continue to challenge situations in their home countries. And even at their countries of asylum, they continue to work hard and to foster dialogue, to support, and to make sure that they're addressing root causes of conflict in their countries of origin. Our next, our first panelist is going to be Kwal Aro Kwal. Kwal, if you can come please to the podium. Hoyam, kindly come forward. Hoyam is a refugee student staying in Uganda. She's a beneficiary of the IGAD scholarship, and she will share her experiences. Dr. Ayak Choldeng Alak. Galm Dida. Gwabala. Gwabala Galgago, come please forward. I'm going to give each one of you 5 minutes for the first question, as we're running out of time. I will not be able to read your bios due to time factor, but we'll be projecting the bios, and the people in the room can look into your bios. The second question, I'm going to give you 2 minutes each, and then we'll give 20 minutes for reflections and questions, Q&A from the floor. To start our discussion, I will start with Kwal. Kwal, you are a peace builder. You have participated in a number of initiatives. Can you please tell us some of the initiatives you've been participating on in Uganda currently, and how those are addressing root causes in your country of origin?
Thank you very much, and good morning. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks to IGAD for the invitation. I will start by giving a background a little bit. I am from a generation of South Sudanese that was born and raised under a sky falling bombs, raining bombs. And when I could have conversations with my father and the generation of my father, they could tell us that they are fighting for us. Every time you ask them, they will tell you, we are fighting for you, for your freedom, for everything to be smooth for you. But then independence came, and we sadly realized that there was actually nothing about us. Eventually, after independence, there was nothing about us. Instead, we were being used against us. The youth only became significant when the older generation wants to settle their grudges, their scores, their political ambitions. And so the youth in South Sudan have been only used to fight wars. There was totally nothing about us. And as the moderator mentioned, I live in Uganda as a refugee, and you will understand why. I became a refugee because my home was devastated. But then this question of what am I going to tell my children has been standing with me. I hadn't got answers from my father, but I wanted to be able to give answers to my children when they ask me, what kind of world do you want us to live in? And so I've been thinking of at least doing a contribution, no matter how small, contributing to actions that will help peace to come to my country. So when I became a refugee, it became an opportunity for me to meet young people from very different ethnic backgrounds, some of which were stereotyped. To me, I believe that they weren't actually human beings, according to all the negative stereotypes that were happening. So when I had an opportunity to stay in the shared refugee settlement, I said, okay, this is a big opportunity for me to connect with these young people. So I came up with an initiative called Speak. And in Speak, the intention is to allow these young people to have a conversation. Because for those who are familiar with Juba, if you are organizing a youth event, there will be somebody sitting at the corridor from a national security, listening to what the youth are discussing. And so the refugee settlement became a space for us to freely engage across the different ethnic backgrounds. We started with sports, but again, the ethnic divisions followed us. There were a lot of clashes in the football games and all that. So we put that aside. And then we came up with an idea called the Peace Caravans. And with the Peace Caravans, the young people from one community were moving to another community just to be able to sit and get to know each other, not as different ethnicities, but as human beings, as youth of one country. And so that has been very helpful for us. We have been able to share stories, and those stories have united us. Once you know somebody's story, you will not hate them. We got to realize that the war has affected us in so many different ways, so there is none of us who is privileged. We are all victims of war, irrespective of which tribe we come from. The other platform that we have used, I am part of a youth movement called 641M, 64 children of one mother. And what we do is, one of the main activities we do is visiting different communities. I must tell you that until you visit a community and see how people are living, you will still have those negative assumptions against them. I personally, I come from the tribe where the president comes from. And I must tell you that the issues in South Sudan, the division goes at every level. If you are not a Dinka, you will think that all the Dinkas are privileged. If you are not from the president's community, you will think everybody from the president's community is privileged. And it goes down that way. And so until you have an opportunity to really visit those people and see how they are living and see what challenges they are facing on daily basis, you will think that they are privileged. So having that opportunity under the 641M to just visit people from different tribes, stay there with them, get to understand their daily realities and daily struggle, has been one of the key activities that has changed my perspective and that has helped us to really look beyond our tribes. It is until you visit Kwajok, where the president comes from, and you realize that it has the biggest number of street kids in South Sudan, is when you will realize that actually the politicians are playing a lot of games. And so we need to have these conversations, and that is what we are trying to do, like facilitating the conversations, speaking to ourselves as the youth. One of our other activities we have under Speak is called crafting unity. Crafting unity as using crafts. So we organize a group of women. They organize themselves actually, and we support. I don't want it to sound like women cannot organize themselves. They organize themselves, and then we support them. And what they do is they craft cultural attires from different tribes in the refugee settlement. And then they sell these cultural attires. And while they're crafting, they're having intercultural conversations. And when they sell these cultural attires, they have a sense of belonging to that tribe because they are getting something from that.
Sorry, Cole, you have 1 minute. So you have mentioned a number of initiatives. So I would like you to tell us whether those initiatives are able to influence peace and resolve conflict back home from what you have just mentioned.
Okay, because of time, I'll go straight to how we influence peaceful coexistence back home, and not more into politics, because being refugees, we are always reminded that we don't have to be political, though we have to try it in our own ways. Back home, there are testimonies from young people who have returned from the refugee settlement, and they still stay in touch from the different communities and tribes that they come from. They continue to be peace ambassadors. And I believe that in the long run, when all the South Sudanese young people are connected across the tribes, they will be able to forge a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwal. Next is Hoyam. Hoyam, you're a refugee student, a young person who have been pushed by violence and conflict. You have faced numerous challenges, including bad governance, extremism, including even forceful recruitment to armed conflict. Can you tell us your experience and what you think could be ways of alternative pathways to violence, and also supporting broader movement for democracy and civilian role among the ongoing conflict currently happening in Sudan?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Huyam Hashim Abdullah Imo, nursing student at Kampala International University, hosted by the IGAD. First of all, I want to thank IGAD for supporting my education. And can you repeat your question?
Yes, I can.
Your question? Your question?
The question is, I'm saying that you have been pushed to leave your country of origin due to conflict, and you faced numerous challenges, including bad governance, issues of extremism, forceful recruitment of youth into armed conflict, and a number of challenges facing young Sudanese like yourself. What do you think are alternative pathways to conflict? And how can we push for good governance?
Okay, first of all, the root causes of conflicts, we have the violence, the economic hardships, the environmental degradation, and persecution, most especially in Nuba Mountains and Darfur. Sorry for mentioning areas, but I have to mention it. In Nuba Mountains, in fact, we've been suffering from war since the 1983 until 2005. There was war. But there was a peace treaty that was signed in 2005 in Nifasha, and there was peace for some good time until 2011. That was all in South Kordofan, like where I come from, and I was born there. I was born in 2006 during that peacetime. So as I grew up, there was war and everything. So I had to look to seek asylum. That's why I had to go to Uganda. And when I came to Uganda, I was still a child. I was a bit traumatized that, like, how did all this happen? Like, I was just traumatized. I was confused, like, why do these people do that? So I had a lot of questions in my mind, like, why would they do that? So, like, and your point to the way forward, First of all, if I had the political space and resources, first of all, I would highly recommend to do mental support for the refugees, because like there are many people that are suffering. Like I give an example in the refugee camps in Uganda, Kiriandongo. Like there are very many people. Like some people nearly ran mad. Like there is an example of a man. Like you will find him just walking on the streets. He tells you that I used to have houses, I used to have money, I used to have cars, and he's just walking on the streets telling everyone. So that's just like a trauma to people. That's the first thing. Second of all, we have community-led initiatives. I would highly support that. The initiatives, we have like the grassroots organizations, community-led projects that are addressed by local needs in the community and promote positive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Huyam.
And I also forgot to mention, I am a member of the Nubian Queens Project. Actually, it's just a project that we've just started and we've just legally registered in Uganda. So now it's a legal organization. We can implement our activities, and I am the event coordinator of that project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Huyam. Huyam is just an example of many South Sudanese young students who are pushed away and their dreams are shattered. However, she's very determined to continue her education, and she was lucky to get provided a scholarship by IGAD to pursue her academic journey. And we're really happy that she's doing her degree in nursing. She's mentioned a very important element, the issue of trauma. And not only Huyam, but many young people are forced to have mental health issues. And mental health is a big challenge facing people from refugee background. And that calls a need for psychosocial support to people from refugee background. It's one of the issues facing many of the young people, not only young, she's mentioned also somebody who's older. So mental health doesn't know barriers, it doesn't know age, it can affect everybody, and it's one of the things that we need to address in refugee settings. Next is Dr. Ayak Choldengalak. Dr. Ayak is has led one of the biggest youth movement in South Sudan, Anataban. We've heard from her yesterday. She's also part of many peace initiatives. She's been part of the Tumaini Peace Initiative for South Sudan, and she's a member of many initiatives and organizations. Although she's been supporting youth in the past, when she was youth, she continued also to be a pro-youth, and she continued to push for issues of youth. Dr. Ayak, I know your involvement in the political sphere is well known to many of the young people, and also issues of women and youth. What do you think are the most critical political and structural drivers of conflict and displacement in your country? And how are youth organizing to challenge them, foster and trust across divides, and meaningfully influence political processes and long-term structure change? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you once again for having me here, a youth ally. Just to say that I was born, my presence here, but she was here yesterday. This is the evidence of the intersectionality of our identities. I was born in Gambela refugee, in Itang in Gambela, Ethiopia, in Wereda 6. So my Ethiopian name is Alam Sahai. But I also lived as a refugee in Kenya. I am currently in Uganda, and my children are third-generation refugees. And this is the impact of conflict on us, on the history, the Sudan, but also South Sudan and other parts of this IGAD region. The disaster, I will say, is one of the biggest equalizers. When war happens, it doesn't know who you are, what you were. You are all reduced to zero, irrespective of who you are. But on the other aspect, I think also education is another equalizer. To answer your question, Dr. Anip, I'll say for South Sudan, one of the biggest drivers of our conflict
is the power struggle. The SPLM, and like most liberation parties, movements on the continent of Africa, liberation movements transform into political parties. And when they do that, they are not prepared to run nation states. And so during that transition of transforming from a movement into a political party and ultimately a political leadership, I think a lot of countries on the continent we've seen, struggle in that transition phase. And I think that is where we as South Sudan are in today. So power struggle between the oligarchs, between the elites, between the SPLM veterans, between the military veterans, and so there is this power struggle. Who should have what? Who should have what influence? And as a result of that, there is a weak government, not because the people are incapable, but because of the discord. When there is no harmony, it is very difficult to run things in disharmony. There is the militarization of politics because we come from a military background. This is a country that was hard-won through a military struggle. It was first a non-violent, peaceful struggle that didn't work, and so the movement, the peaceful movement became armed, and that is how they gained recognition and attention, and ultimately the right to self-determination, with many, many people losing their lives in the process. So politics is militarized as a result of that. Also questions of inclusion, because our ethnicities have been unfortunately militarized as well. With the military being the biggest identity, most of the communities then seek militarization as a source of power and political influencing. And so we see this, and now we're also seeing something similar, I think, in Sudan. And this is very common in societies that are heterogeneous like ours. Another driver of conflict and displacement is in the most recent times, we see climate as a huge source of displacement. For over the past 3 years, the Upper Nile region, almost 2/3 of it have been underwater for 2 years. And as a result, those communities, herder communities, have had to migrate to communities that are farmer communities, and we know those tensions. We all know conflict between cattle herders and farmers, and those conflicts have unfortunately turned bloody and contributed to a big number of refugees in the region. Another serious issue is the question of land, because of this displacement, running away from armed conflict or from communal conflict, and so many others, that have been mentioned. But just to say that for youth, especially in the refugee space, and at the moment, South Sudan contributes 4 million registered refugees to the region. So that is Uganda, Kenya, Central African Republic, DRC, Ethiopia, and Egypt. The refugees in Sudan have also been redistributed into this new areas. And then we also have non-registered urban refugees who are living in the capitals, who somehow have relatives in the diaspora who are supporting them. And so how youth have been organizing across this divide is first, from a civil society standpoint, intentional inclusion. So for instance, with art group having chapters in the refugee camps, with civil society having civil society representatives and focal persons in the refugee camps, making sure that when we're having conversations that are critical, like our most recently concluded conversation was to develop a people's charter for transition for South Sudan. And that conversation had to be had outside South Sudan so that the refugees could be present, so that the exiled activists and human rights defenders could be present, because those are very sensitive conversations that we at the moment do not have the civic space to have inside South Sudan.
Ayak, in your last minute, can you tell us what do you envisage as a future for these structural barriers, as a long-term?
You know, when you look at the status of the world as South Sudanese, and you see how much the space has shifted, we see that, the world is really tired of us. I mean, we've been refugees for God knows when. Since the Sudan wars, when we were part of Sudan, if my mother was a refugee and my children are refugees, look at that history of refugee life. And so in order to address this from the root, we need to address it from the source, and the source is the power in South Sudan. Given our context, I think all the peace processes have just been a pressure valve. When you cook in a pressure cooker, you have to diffuse. That's what the peace processes have been. They've not really addressed the issue. In order to shift the political space in South Sudan, we urgently need elections to decongest the political space and inject fresh blood into the political space. And then the elected government can do institutional reform like security and all that, and constitution making, and then there can be voluntary repatriation. I would say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayak, for bringing those insights from your country, South Sudan. It's very unfortunate that the world's youngest nation has been facing a long civil war of over 2 decades, another civil war 2013, again 2016. She's mentioned very important issues like the militarization of ethnicity and militarization of politics, and that's one of the challenges facing South Sudan currently. A number of peace deals have been put in place. Currently, the revitalized peace agreement is in process. We don't know whether it's collapsing or it's still continuing, but we hope that the youth will continue to push, because I think youth are doing a lot of work. As much as they're the most affected during conflict, they're also supposed to be change makers and change agents and pushing for policy reform, pushing for good governance and democracy. So we all hope for the best. Next will be Galma and Gabala. Galma and Galma has worked in the borderland of Moyale. He's one of our energetic staff that has done a lot of work in those borderlands areas. So Galma, to start with you, I would like you to tell us whether the voices of youth and young people, particularly displaced youth, are adequately included in national and regional decision-making processes. And that's what we're discussing here, the issue of youth participation. It's not just about participation, but are they really involved in decision-making?
Thank you so much, Dr. Annie, for having me. Thank you so much, IGAD. Thank you so much, all delegates, for having us together. It's a big pleasure. It's an honor indeed. Thank you for that question also. If I talk about the representation and the inclusion, specifically of the displaced youth, on participation, still we have room for improvement, because we have been listening to our speeches from our leaders. We have been listening to what our development partners have been doing on the ground. Still, what I can comment is there is room for improvement. Look at the also representation itself. The representation, we have had calls for representation from UN 2250 clauses, from African Union agendas 2063, from the Vision 2030, from different countries of all those things. Representation is still, I think, since we are about 70% of the population, and specifically the youth, and now in this case the displaced one, there's still need for improvements. And specifically the displaced youths are mostly excluded, especially at the cross-border levels, from decision making, also from the tables of discussion and all those things. I also come from a traditional community where still we believe in traditional structures of governance like elders and everything, and most of you can bear me witness that still those structures of governance like the eldership still excludes young people, and most so also displaced people. So that's what I can say about representation. Daktari, I say there's need for improvement.
Okay, Galma, how can host governments and IGAD and partners really improve meaningful participation and engagement of youth perspectives in shaping policy and in enhancing durable solutions? I know you've worked for IGAD for a long time, and the IGAD has been pushing for durable solutions for refugees, returnees, and host communities. In your opinion, how do you think that the host countries and IGAD and partners can really influence and contribute to meaningful participation of youth in decision making, especially in peace and security?
Thank you so much, Dr. for this important question. I look these things from different angles. One, there is need for there's need for platforms. In these platforms, either the host governments or, for example, our member state needs to establish platforms of cooperation with youth, platform of engagements with youth. If it has been established, for example, or it has been duplicated, there's need for revitalization. And if maybe it has been weakened, there's need for strengthening. That's what I can say about the platform. Second, in this platform, we have the people. For example, we have the youth ambassadors. We have the youth envoys, offices. We have the member states consultation forums. We have the youth councils, for example. An example is the National Youth Council of Kenya, the National Youth Council of Ethiopia. And then we also need something like digital engagement under these platforms. That's number one. That means the question about platforms. Is it established? Can it be revitalized? Or can it be strengthened? That's number one. Number two, we also now, since now we have now such kind of platform, for example, we move to the next step. The next step is now the empowerment programs. Just the way we have women empowerment programs, let us have youth empowerment programs. Let us have leadership skills development for our youth. Let us make sure our youth also have access to basic social services. Services like education, services like health, services like legal services specifically for the displaced youth. Let us have capacity building under that kind of youth empowerment forums. Let us have youth-led initiatives being supported, for example. Let us have something like development of sports talents. Most of our youth are good in sports and all those things. And let us, mostly importantly, have economic opportunities, but without forgetting intergenerational dialogue. That's the new word on the platform of late, because there's a mismatch between the expectation of our youth and what our elders or what our traditional structures are doing. There's need for bridging this gap, where we have an intergenerational dialogue, where we have a common understanding, where we have a common platform, where we are telling our youth, this is how we used to do things. How do you want it to be done? Second, we have such kind of dialogue platforms. Number three, now, whatever we do, we have to put an M&D systems into place, such that we see what are the indicators of our successes. What have we done? What have we failed to do? Or what needs improvement? Or what lessons have we learned? Or what can we replicate? Then fourthly, we have to also work on, IGAD also need to work on advocacy for inclusion in needs assessments, inclusion in policy review, inclusion in access towards basic service deliveries. And fifthly, localizations of our vision. Right now, one of the vision of our executive secretary, His Excellency Dr. Werkene, is taking IGAD to the people. How can we localize? We take the policies done by IGAD, work done by IGAD, to the cross-border level, where our people are already integrated. The cross-border is the source of integration. So these are the things I think about, Dr. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Galma. Gwabale, can you also tell us your opinion on youth inclusion at national and regional level, especially when it comes to peace and security?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Kabele Gelgado. I'm from Moyale borderland region. I'm working with LPI as a community dialogue facilitator and a mobility and movement project in Moyale. I'm a facilitator on Kenya side, as one of our brother told us yesterday about the peace and security issues along Moyale border. I'm a facilitator on Kenyan side. On keeping peace and security, we used a PAR method, which is participatory action research. It is in a porous border. We needed police posts along Moyale, Ethiopia. We needed addition of police posts. We requested that. We also requested addition of NPR securities to avoid insecurity issues along the porous border. Now let me go back to my question. The inclusion of youth voices, especially those of displaced youth in national and regional peace and security decision-making process, is increasing, but is still insufficient. There was a serious gap in practices, especially for marginalized groups like displaced youth. And what is needed maybe to improve is removal of legal structure barrier, ensure displaced youth have access to ID document, education, and freedom of expression so that they can engage politically. Set up of permanent youth advisory bodies at national and regional level is also needed. We also need to collect data and use data that captures the experience of displaced youth in conflict and post-conflict setting to inform policy.
Thank you, Gabale. Gabale, you have shared your experience in the borderland of Moyale, and you've touched on a very important aspect, the issue of data-driven decision-making, and that's very important. Without proper data, we'll not be able to have informed decision-makings and better programming. To come to the last question to wind up our panel discussion, I'm going to give each one of you a 1 to 2 minutes to tell me, if you are given the opportunity, the space and resources, what are 3 things you want to see changing? I know Ayak yesterday spoke about the issues of resources, and the resources remains a stumbling block to all of us in the room, given the shrinking funding landscape. So if you are given the space and the resources, what do you want to see happening? 3 things. I'll start with Kwal.
Okay. Ensure equal political presentation and protect minority rights through electoral reforms and decentralized governance.
Thank you, Gabale. Kwal, yes, please.
Thank you very much. So if given the opportunity, what I would love to see happening is having more young people engaged in the political space. My real work would be connecting the youth across South Sudan. There is a huge division. Areas that are having active conflict, we can't easily access the young people there. And that's why I was asking a question yesterday to my Ethiopian brother about the Tigray and how they have been in touch with the young people. So having youth across South Sudan have a very deep conversation, talk to their hearts, get to begin to realize that the war is not for us. We are being used as tools for people to fight their interests. But then we have a long journey to go together, and that is by creating a country that is inclusive for ourselves and our children. So more work would be into connecting youth to have dialogues across the country, and also strengthening the institutions of learning so that young people, there is a huge connection between illiteracy, poverty, and conflict, and that needs to be really addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwal. Hoyam, if you're given the space and resources, what are 3 things you would like to see changing?
First of all, we know that youth have very high digital literacy. So we, like compared to the, let me not say old, but the youth have very high digital literacy compared to the old people. So we have to support them and show. We need you, the elders, to show us like the way forward, because we just need like your guidance to help us like spread the information. Yes. And second thing, I mentioned it before, so I would highly encourage community-led initiatives that come from the community itself, like their needs, what they need. So I'll first listen to what they need, their demands, then I'll work upon it. Yes. And lastly, I would work on awareness. And also, there is another point. I realized in some countries, like, let me give an example, Kenya. Like Kenya, they have free entry visa. So they don't, like, some people, like in certain, they have contracts with certain countries that they don't pay visa. So they just have a free entry. So like some refugees, they can't pay, like when they're traveling from one country to another, they can't pay. So I would maybe help in reducing the tasks that are paid in immigration, the borders, yes.
Thank you, Huyam. Galma.
Thank you, Daktari. If I could have power and if I could have resources, the first thing I would see changing is we have to make more investment in peace building. Yesterday, leaders have been saying there is no people without peace, and there is no peace without people. So direct investment and intentional investment in peace building is what we need. Inclusive peace building, where no one is left behind, where our youth are not left behind, where displaced people are not left behind, where we are all on board, delivering as one. That's number one. Number two, there's need for looking at the economic pressures, the economic opportunities. This cannot be done by one organization. There's need for public-private partnership. Number three, there is also need for investment in entrepreneurships, such that our people will have livelihood diversification. Our people will have a way of living other than what they have been doing. And fourthly, very important, I could have even put it number two, investment in climate smart solutions. Because climate is a big threat to our existence of late. Unless we look at these issues, we shall all be gone. So climate is smart in interventions, like youth innovations, like hydroponic fodder productions, and all those kinds of things. These are the three things I look at, Daktari.
Thank you, Galma. Dr. Ayak?
Thank you so much. They say a hungry man is an angry man. With the global impact of, with the global polarization that's been happening, refugees have witnessed new classifications. Some have been, you can find a family, a woman with 7 children classified at level 3. That means not receiving any form of humanitarian aid whatsoever. And so I will start with humanitarian. I think refugees, South Sudan, the majority are the youth constitute 72% of the South Sudanese population. In refugee camps at the moment, South Sudanese are predominantly women and children. It's very rare to find men in the refugee camps. And also we have children-headed households in the refugee camps. You have children under the age of 18 who are heads of their households, taking care of other children, their siblings. And so I would say humanitarian. We need to be at the forefront of ensuring that the refugees, especially those in settlements, have access to humanitarian aid, not preferential treatment as we've been recently seeing, but we want every refugee to have access to be dignified by humanitarian aid from the IGAD region. Secondly, the second thing is political, the political rights of refugees, including registration, including access to identification, including access to travel documents, including access to education. And third, I would say investment. There's a lot of training that is being done, but nobody is putting in money as capital for refugee youth to kick off and to be self-sustained, sustainable. And so I would say, just building on what the former, private-public partnerships to ensure that refugee youth have been invested in to have their small and medium-scale enterprises kick off. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayak. Gabali, I think you've already given your submission earlier. In that case, I'll give it back to the floor and I'll give an opportunity for questions and comments, but kindly make your comment as concise as possible. Yes, the third table on my right. Yes. Say your name and then your question.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Masharia. I work for Refugee Consortium of Kenya. It's a national NGO that focuses on refugees forcefully displaced persons, asylum seekers, and other vulnerable populations. We are located in Nairobi, Kakuma, Garissa, Dadaab, and along the flight corridors of Mwingi, Kitui, Moyale, all the way to Nairobi. So mine is not a question exactly, but just some musings as our panelists were sharing. My thoughts are that one of the challenges involving youth, especially in conflict and displaced environments, is the lack of sense of ownership. What do I mean? The host countries where these youth are situated view them as outsiders who lack know-how on the host country's intricate peace situations, and in extreme cases, they are viewed as causes of conflict. For instance, I live and work in Kakuma, which is the largest refugee camp in Kenya, hosting refugees from the Great Lakes region, from South Sudan, from Sudan, and even from Afghanistan and other Asian countries. We are looking at 25 nationalities that are hosted in Kakuma. Now, the host community views refugees as causes of conflict, and of course there are a lot of underlying factors in terms of resource allocation, in terms of climate change, and that is one challenge that would cause youth who are refugees or asylum seekers meet a barrier in terms of being opinion shapers and also being at the decision table in terms of peace and security. Then also, there are countries of origin. We are looking at youth who are probably third or fourth generation refugees, like Dr. Ayak has alluded to, and their governments view them as rabble rousers who have foreign ideals, who do not conform to the nation, who do not have a touch with reality. And perhaps maybe what we should also be brainstorming about is how do we bridge these two scenarios. I think one would be cultivating a sense of nationalism and patriotism, because again, we find that in the refugee spaces, we find that there are people who are Somali by name, perhaps, or Ethiopian by name, but totally have no sense of their nation, have no will whatsoever to go back to their country maybe and think through working from inside out. Dr. Ayak referred to the space of humanitarianism, and I'm thinking time is ripe for us, not only in IGAD, but across the African continent, to really shape our humanitarian space. We are looking at the operationalization of the African Humanitarian Agency under the AU, AFHA, and also burden sharing, so that we do not look at our neighbors or as other countries.
Maybe, Victoria, you might need to wind up.
Yeah, I'm winding up. As we look at our neighbors as people who, we are brothers and sisters, so that I'll not have to look at a Sudanese as a Sudanese, as a Somali as a Somali, Congolese as Congolese, so that you're able to bridge this gap. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission. Somalia, I think, yes.
Thank you. My name is Antonio. I'm speaking at Adopter School. Mine is not a question, but it's an observation. And it's an observation that is linked to what Dr. Yak has just said. It links to what Kwal and I engaged on the sidelines. And it further links to Mrs. Christo, who, in my observation, in regards to the refugee concern in South Sudan, is the only participant here so far I've had who left the country, acquired education, and went back to her country. So when we talk about addressing refugee issues, and we have Dr. Kwal, who is saying that her children are third-generation refugee. At what point do we have youth inclusion when the youth who left the country and acquired education, none of them ever gets to go back home? Education is a limiting factor in South Sudan. The young people who are there would lack the ability to articulate or unpack the concerns they want addressed. The thousands of South Sudanese refugees who have managed to acquire education and are living in other countries out there, none of them has thought of going back home to actually occupy those spaces where we are here advancing the engagement about youth inclusion. So how do we get to a place where South Sudan does not continue saying that there is this tiredness of the global partners in addressing their issues, but rather take lead by actually getting themselves included, one, and two, advancing the relevance of importance of education. Because the young people who have remained in South Sudan do not appreciate the value of education that much, considering that those who got it did not return back. So nobody makes them understand how important that education really is. And lastly, Kwal mentioned that the youth or other refugees in whichever countries they're domiciled lack identity by virtue that they are no longer identifying as people from their own countries, and in the countries where they are also not actually involved in issues concerning youth engagement in the entire region. So my advice and guidance to the leadership IGAD, how about refugee advisory councils? How about not having that in place and second it to the youth councils of the domicile countries so that at least refugees in the countries where they are have a voice which can be echoed through the youth council. Maybe that would help in starting to even justify the relevance and importance of an operation Rudi Nyumbani. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia?
Thank you so much. I was so happy to hear from Dr. Ayak, which is Alam Sahai for Ethiopian name, and for the young lady as well. And I have one question for you, that especially who have been there, because I have one experience that's in Ethiopia Gambelan refugee camp. We had a scout training. I'm a scout from Ethiopia. So, and they feel very happy and very belonging to the community, and they feel more happier, they feel more connected to the community that they are where they live. So what kind of things, what kind of community involvement and connection do you recommend for the young people and for young volunteers here who gonna back to their community and to connect with refugee camp young peoples and returnees? And this is for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll take one more. Yes, yes, Sudan.
Hello, my name is Limaz Kamal. So my question is, many Sudanese refugees have come to Kenya here, and now the war in Sudan is nearly 3 years now. So I've been asking, what is IGAD doing for them, and what projects do you have for them? Thank you.
Yes, Sudan, South Sudan, the gentleman.
Okay.
I'm not gender biased.
Okay, a heartfelt thank for this opportunity. Mine is not a question. Sorry, it's, my question is not directed to the panelist. However, I'm directing it to IGAD Secretariat. One point has been left out, and it is a serious concern because I have testimonies. Refugees, more especially students who are refugees, don't have right to the right of movement. It's so limited to the extent that it robbed them of their chances of education. To bring it into context, in May we were traveling, and it happened that some of my friends who bear refugee cards were detained at Moyale because the immigration office said they should hold passports. And these are people who, due to the fear of threats, they could not go back to their homeland to be given passports. And I felt like it's really robbing them of their chances and their right to education and freedom freedom of movement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, okay, this will be last chance, and I give it back to the panelists. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, my sister Hashim and Cole. Mine is a word of encouragement and action. That much as your refugees in Uganda, you're doing extremely amazing work. And when you mentioned about mental health, it ran to what the Ministry of Gender has been doing in districts that are hosting refugees. Exactly, when you mentioned about Kiriandongo, we've had activities happening there. We even had the Minister of Youth trying to engage the communities. So it is my humble call to our IGAD envoy, Samuel Ogwal. He's the finance secretary at the National Youth Council. And I believe even in our coming youth councils, we can still work with young people, especially Cole mentioned sometime that we do not have any representative at the National Youth Council. Please, we are sisters and brothers. You being youth, meaning we can work together to have solutions implemented. So Sam Ogwal, it is my humble prayer that we work together with our Commissioner of Youth and see how best can we work with Hashim and Cole and see our refugees, sisters and brothers participate in different projects in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I'll give it back to the panelists. Actually, most of the submissions were comments. There was a comment from Victoria about her work with refugees, the issue of host communities, how they view refugees. And in fact, in many countries, refugees are viewed as a burden, but they're not supposed to be viewed as a burden. In fact, in some countries, refugees are contributing to economic development of host countries. Somebody spoke about the issue of South Sudanese refugees not returning home, touch on IGAD, maybe IGAD might have to touch on that. Advancing the value of education also, and that was directed to Kual and IGAD. The issue of identity, not getting involved in countries where they are domiciled. There's also a question to IGAD. I think you've noted that question. What kind of community involvement is recommended? And there's a question to IGAD Secretariat on refugee status and free movement of refugees that I'll give you to Commander Bebe to answer. I don't see him. So yes, IGAD, please.
Thank you so much for your questions, your reflections, and your interventions. No one chooses to be a refugee. Refugees are supposed to be a transitional identity, but it is a reality. South Sudan once hosted Congolese refugees, Libyan refugees, Ugandan refugees during the LRA, refugees from Central African Republic, Ethiopian refugees, and Eritrean refugees. This is to say, nobody chooses a second-class citizenry in another person's country, because the reason we're here is to acknowledge that when you're a refugee, you have limited rights. So it is not a choice. When conflict happens, you have to flee, because your life is important. And irrespective of what identity you assume, you still have potential worth and value. Yes, I was born a refugee. I was part of a repatriation process, actually. I went back to Khartoum, so now this is my personal history. And this is the history of so many other people and other refugees, not just from South Sudan. I went back home. I finished my high school and university in the then Sudan. For those who know Sudan, at that time, I faced a lot of challenges with the public order police, and this was a result of the Arabization and Islamization of the then NCP government in Sudan. And that resulted into me being a refugee the second time. And that also led to me having my children as a refugee. And then South Sudan went through independence, and I repatriated back home again. I contributed as a director in the National Ministry of Health for 4 years. And for those who know the economy of South Sudan, for the 4 years I was working there, I received 11 salaries for 4 years. So that was voluntary work. That also led to now me being very active in the civic space, as I had mentioned earlier. And I was elected as the deputy coordinator for the South Sudan Civil Society Forum and engage in the various peace processes. The space in peace processes, for those who have never had the opportunity or the curse, I would say, because they always come after conflict, of engaging in those spaces, those are very toxic spaces. And when you are younger, and especially when you're a woman, you are subject to intimidation, harassment, threats. And that was the reason for me becoming a refugee the third time around. So that is to say that nobody wishes to stay away from their home. There is, of course, more space, more influence, and so on. And so when you see refugees outside of their countries, from all over, it is not by choice. Those who migrate by choice are called migrants. It is a different category, my brother. And so I hope that we can have a one-to-one on the side on that, and I hope you're able to change your perceptions about refugees not wanting to go back to their places of origin. The reason that we're here to advocate and offering solutions and coordinating very strongly with youth, not just in South Sudan, but other refugees across, and I'm sure this is true for all refugees, is because we know our numbers are huge. We know that we have the capacity, the skill, the innovation, the networks from our host countries and from the international community, access to platforms and spaces to do some of the advocacy that the civic space in our countries of origin do not allow for. So I will stop here for that question. I hope that was sufficient enough.
Thank you,
The
Ayat.
second, if I can just very quick. The second is on refugee-host relationships. I think for the refugees in Uganda, the environment is a conducive environment. Uganda has progressive refugee policies. The government, I will have to say, the government of Uganda is truly progressive in how it is dealing with the refugees. We have space, we have freedom, we can associate, we have businesses, and we're contributing to the economy. And so we have a space, and there is only space for more learning, strengthening, and when we go back home, we go back with that. And lastly, I can't respond to what IGAD is doing, but thank you.
Thank you, Ayak. I think you've responded to your own and to Kwal's as well. So that covers for what was raised by the floor. There was a question from Sudanese refugee on what IGAD is doing to refugees from Sudan. Though Sudan is not currently a member of IGAD, Sudan continues to benefit from IGAD secretariat work, and they are also benefiting from all other refugee services that are provided and other activities that are run through the IGAD secretariat. So there is no distinction among refugees, whether they're from Sudan or no. From the peace and security aspect, there have been a lot of diplomatic engagements with the two warring parties trying to solve conflict. Unfortunately, there hasn't much been a headway. And from this discussion and from what being addressed today, addressing root causes of conflict, the youth of Sudan need to do a lot of work. I know you're doing a lot already. There's a lot of advocacy happening and there are a lot of peace-led initiatives. So we continue to do the advocacy and we continue to support Sudanese refugees, hoping for a lasting solution. The ultimate solution for war is to come to the negotiating table and to agree on a peace agreement. As you have seen the experience of Sudan, South Sudan, despite the fact that there's been turbulence, at least the revitalized peace agreement on resolution of conflict in South Sudan have made a bit of a relative peace, and there have been some, you know, not as over the past few years. So ultimately, we need to sit in the negotiating table, bring peace, lasting peace that can help the Sudanese people to come back to their country. I know some people have already started repatriating, going back from Egypt and from some parts of Sudan back to Khartoum, but then you never know what happens. It's very unpredictable because if there is an agreement signed to stop the war, and you cannot predict that there is peace will continue currently in Sudan. So, like I said, Commander Abebe will be in the next panel. He might touch on what other things are being done to address issue of Sudan and the issue of refugees in Sudan. We also have Teresa in the room. She's our coordinator for displacement and refugees, and you can engage on her during the break time. She will also give you more insight on this. With this, I want to thank the panelists for really giving us an insightful discussion. We've heard experiences of refugees and youth supporters from Sudan, from South Sudan, from Somalia. We've listened to borderland staff like Galma and Gabali. We have seen the peace initiative being done at borderlands and the peace committees. We've listened to Hoyam, our refugee student who decided to pursue her education despite the challenges she's passing through. And this is the story of many refugees from Sudan and South Sudan narrated to us today through these experiences. We just hope that we'll have lasting peace in our region, because conflict is one of the biggest challenges facing our youth in the IGAD region. Many countries are experiencing difficulties. Many youth are forced to leave their countries of origin to go to other countries. And like we have seen how Ayak have mentioned the issue of being a third-generation refugee. To my brother who mentioned earlier that many South Sudanese refugees have not gone back, many South Sudanese refugees have gone back. Even those who went to diaspora, they are back in the country contributing. They brought their education back, and many of them are now contributing right back in South Sudan, despite the fact that the political space remains unfriendly and not conducive for many, and that leads to some leaving the country and come to other neighboring countries. With this one, I will end it up here. I want to really thank our panelists for giving us an insightful discussion, and I will ask the photographer to come and give them a photo shoot before we start the next panel. Thank you so much. Moderator.
I've learned a lot. Suffice it to say that the best part of the panel was that Uganda has the best refugee policy. I say that because of being Ugandan. Yeah, but now we need to get into the final half of our last panel today, which is also going to be, I think, the panel that many of you have been looking forward to. And that panel is a high-level policy dialogue on institutionalizing youth participation in peace and security, particularly in the processes at a continental and international level. That panel is going to be moderated by Amina Farah, who is the program manager at the IGAD Gender Office. So please put your hands together for Amina Farah, and also welcome our final panel for today. Oh, you need to start. Oh, yes. If you want to energize yourself, you can please stand up, and I can give you a very quick energizer. I thought you people wanted to stand up. All right. Please stand up and pick a person on your table to represent you, because my energizer is a very difficult one. Guys, can we all stand up and pick a person on our table to represent us? Yes. Just pick one person. It can't be very hard. It's a peaceful thing. All right, since we're all up, so I'll start from that table. You mentioned one capital city of an IGAD member country, and the table where that capital city is mentions another until we get all the IGAD capitals mentioned. So Team Uganda, please mention a capital. Team Mogadishu, where are you? Please mention a capital of an IGAD country. No, you can't mention Kampala. We can't go back to... Okay, Team Kenya, mko wapi? Team Ethiopia, where are you? Mogadishu. They've already said the capital. You need to pick out a capital. Khartoum. My friends from Khartoum, a capital. Where? Asmara. Where are the people from Ethiopia now? Yeah. Are we done? So, who is going to mention the capital of Djibouti? Okay. All right, thank you so much. You can now take your seats. But as you take your seats, please clap for and welcome Dr. Amina Farah, who is our final moderator for today.
Good afternoon. Come on. There was lots of snacks and breakfast and tea and coffee. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If young people are speaking like this, Nyaje wase, Wakenya mko wapi? Mko sawa? Ugandans, Oriotia, Ethiopians, welcome Barara. Salam no? Indemna? Chukri Sudan, marhaba, kefik? You're all well? South Sudan, I was taught how to say hi. I'm still learning how to, but my people from South Sudan, I don't see you. I don't see you, awesome. Ethiopia, South Sudan, yes. Uganda, yeah. Somalia. هيا ما في عنتهن ما أنا بتخبتين عافيماتك كورما Djibouti bonjour how are you okay great so we've had very interesting sessions the last 2 days on youth representation in elections cross-border engagement and migration refugees amongst other things. And everyone is represented in this room, right? Every sector is represented in this room. We're now at the end of this conversation, where we now need to see how we can sync your voices and decision makers' priorities. How we can ensure the youth's priorities are well captured in the work that we do at regional level, of course at national level and subnational levels. And at this point, I will call my panelists to join me up here. We have Dr. Victoria Anib, who is a seasoned health specialist and the head of IGAD Social Development Unit. We have Commander Abebe, our director at Peace and Security at IGAD. Please join us. Thank you. We have Sam Ogwal, our youth envoy. Why is nobody? Sam, it seems like you're not representing these young people well. No one is making some noise for you. Oh, well, I take that back. I take that back. Okay, I've had you. Come on. You don't have to be that loud. And then we have Nim'o, a seasoned, Nim'o Jirde, a seasoned peace and security expert who has a lot of experience at regional level, not just in our region, but also in the Middle East. From Acacia Dialogue Center, Nim'o, please join us. Thank you. And now we start. Dr. Victoria, I will start with you. IGAD has been at the forefront of promoting youth inclusion in peace building. From regional policy standpoint, what institutional frameworks or mechanisms are currently in place or in the development to ensure youth participation is consistent and impactful rather than ad hoc?
Thank you, Amina, for the opportunity. Before we even talk about the policies and the existing frameworks and instruments, why is it important for us to have youth being included? Why? Why is it important and vital? Of course, the IGAD region is a region that has conflict. There's a lot of conflict in many countries. We've listened from yesterday, and just the concluded panel discussion was on youth from Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia. These are countries that has conflict. These youth are faced by displacement, not only due to conflict, but even due to climate change. And also, it's a young region. It's a region where predominantly inhabited by young people. So if we don't talk about inclusion of young people, then we have not done anything good. I think Sams agrees with me on that. But being a region that has youth are used by armed conflict, they're forcefully recruited. I remember Kwal talking earlier that their fathers have been talking that we've been fighting the war for you, but it was when he grew up, he found it wasn't fought for them. Youth are recruited forcefully into armed conflict, and it's very important to include the voices and youth in peace and security issues. Not only participation, but decision making. It's very important for us as the region economic bloc to make sure that the youth voices are not only heard, that they're not just talking, but we need to hear what they're talking and we need to implement it. I think the appointment of Honorable Sam Ogwal here, my young brother, is a testament to the commitment of the IGAD Secretariat in advancing the youth agenda. The current existing policy instruments include the IGAD Regional Youth Policy 2023, and that was a policy that has gone under rigorous process. It has involved a lot of stakeholders. The youth voices were heard and finally adopted. And that youth policy goes in line with the global policies, like the UN Security Resolution 2250 that we talked about in the morning. It also goes in line with the African Union youth framework. So it's not just a policy that IGAD developed, it's addressing sectoral issues of youth. The IGAD youth policy touches on education, innovation, science, and technology. It touches on climate, it touches on agriculture, it touches on food security, it touches on a number of sectors. It's multi-sectoral in approach because youth issues are multi-sectoral. In a dynamic world where we're now moving to digitalization and the digital world, the digitalization is taking over the world, machine learning, artificial intelligence, is very important for us also to continue to innovate and support the youth to catch up with the trends happening in the world. The IGAD qualifications framework under education is a testament to that, because the youth policy in itself is meant to provide an opportunity for youth to participate and also to contribute to regional integration. The qualification framework provides an opportunity for young people to move across borders, to share their skills and knowledge, to be able to work and learn in any other country within the IGAD region. It was adopted in 2024 by the ministers in charge of education, and that's a big milestone to the IGAD qualifications framework, which is also part of this policy. One of the young people spoke yesterday that he has not heard anything about climate. youth are the most affected by climate. And the intersection of climate and conflict is quite obvious, because as you are pushed away by climate, people are having conflict and violence around small scarcity of resources. And it's a vicious cycle running across between climate and conflict and conflict and climate. And IGAD is doing a lot of work on that with the IGAD, ICPAC, the IGAD Center for Climate Prediction. We do a lot of work trying to adopt policies that are youth-centered, so that issues of climate youth are able to tackle climate issues. The free movement protocol of persons and transhumans of the IGAD region that has been signed by 5 member states is another opportunity to enhance mobility of young people. Young people are moving across borders due to displacement. They are displaced due to conflict and due to climate, due to other sort of reason, or even looking for greener pastures and better opportunities. And for us to have safe and orderly migration, we have seen how many young people are dying in boats that are capsizing, especially along the Red Sea route, Gulf of Aden, and other people going through irregular. If you live in Djibouti, you'll feel sorry seeing young migrants coming from Ethiopia on foot, all the way from Ethiopia on the highway. Some of them will be, if we are in the car, sometimes when our colleagues are going to Tajura, they carry with them a lot of water to give them on the way, because some of them basically just die of thirst and hunger on the way going to through Tajura to escape through unorderly kind of migration. This is not easy. It's not an easy situation. And if you don't provide policy frameworks and guidelines that help these youth, we are not doing them favor. So the IGAD, through the youth policy, is trying its best. There are also structures in place that have been put in place. The Youth Forum, the Youth Peace and Security Forum, which is provided an opportunity and a platform for youth to dialogue and discuss the peace and security agenda. The IGAD Peace and Security Strategy, which is still in development, is also another opportunity that is providing for the young people to address issues of peace and security. And also through the youth policy framework, IGAD supported member states to develop their own youth action plans, which also goes in line with the regional policy. So the youth action plans, and I'm happy to say that most of the IGAD member states do have their own action plans that they're implementing. And it's also, it goes both ways. As much as we try to provide a conducive policy environment for the young people to help them participate effectively, you also have a role to play in that by holding the member states accountable, by pushing and advocating for more resource allocation to implement those policies at your country level. I know many countries are struggling with funding, and now with the funding landscape and donors tightening up on the funding, it's about time that the African nations start to think twice and look for innovative approaches of, seeing what they're going to do. Because with the current Trump administration, there's been a lot of this reduction in funding of aid. And for instance, in the health sector, many health facilities are maybe closing down. Many healthcare workers are not going to get salaries and opportunities for work because of the funding. What are we going to do as a nation in that? What does Africa want to do? We need to re-strategize and think, as looking into me. So these are the few existing policy frameworks in place and mechanisms that are still undergoing. And like I said earlier, IGAD is trying its best to align with continental policies for youth, peace and security, as well as the regional policies. I might have another opportunity later to shed more light, if allowed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victoria. Indeed, addressing matters of youth, peace and security requires a multi-sectoral approach, and I'm glad that you touched on migration, climate, health, education, amongst other areas, and we appreciate the great work you're doing. Commander Abebe, our good director on peace and security at IGAD, we know that institutional change often meets a lot of resistance. And from your perspective, what are the biggest institutional and political barriers to integrating youth into the peace and security structures? And how can we overcome them?
Thank you. Thank you so much, my sister Amina, and thank you, Victoria. Actually, when we are talking about institutionalizing youth participation in peace and security involves formally integrating youth people into peace-building processes, ensuring their meaningful involvement in decision-making, to conflict prevention, resolution, and post-conflict reconstruction. Of course, this includes establishing mechanisms for youth representation, creating opportunities for their leadership, and addressing the specific needs and vulnerabilities of young people in conflict and post-conflict settings. Thus, there are key aspects while we are talking about institutionalizing youth participation in peace and security. The first one is representation. Representation and participation. This involves included in all levels of peace building processes, just ensuring youth participation and representation from local to national and international forums. It also means creating a platform for their voices in decision making. Therefore, when we are talking about representation and participation, the users must include in peace building and decision making as well. Besides to this, the other aspect is capacity building. Providing young people with necessary skills, knowledge, and resources to effectively participate in peace building. The other one is protection. Young people are often disproportionately affected by conflict. Therefore, we have to protect their rights and ensuring their safety. The other issue that we have to address is resource allocation. Adequate financial and technical resources need to be allocated to support youth-led peace-building initiatives and ensure their sustainability. The other issue that we have to address while we are talking institutionalizing is policy and the legal framework. There must be established clear policy and legal framework that recognize and support youth participation. The other issue that we have to address is partnership and collaboration. Of course, building strong partnership between government, civil society organization, youth-led groups, and international organization is crucial for effective institutionalization of youth participation. Of course, there are examples of institutionalization efforts across the globe. Of course, some of the issues has been addressed by Dr. Victoria. The first one is the UN Security Council Resolution 2250, which was formulated in 2015. The other one is Youth Peace Security Agenda. This also is a form of institutionalization efforts. There is also Africa Union Youth for Peace program. The other issue from our perspective, the IGAD youth policy, which was mentioned by Dr. Victoria to guide its youth-focused intervention, including youth peace and security. The other issue that addressed by IGAD is the IGAD Peace and Security Division has established the IGAD Youth Forum for Peace. As of 2021, we established this forum to enhance the participation of youth and to be a regional platform for sharing and learning on youth, peace, and security. Tomorrow, the Youth Council also discussed this issue. The other issue, the IGAD Peace and Security Division has also organized and implemented a number of capacity building training programs on youth peace and security for youth leaders from IGAD, all IGAD member states. Besides to this very exemplary issue is the IGAD scholarship for refugees. One of our beneficiaries were in previous speaker issue. The other example issue is national action plans on youth peace and security and youth-led peace building initiative. When we are talking with challenges, Amina, one of the issue is lack of resource. The other issue is what called exclusion and marginalization of the youth. The other challenge that I want to address is the stereotypes and the negative perceptions. Some individuals and institutions may hold negative perceptions of youth, viewing them as a threat rather than as a valuable asset in peace building. The other challenge that we faced is lack of coordination and collaboration. So what shall we do? We have to address those challenges and implementing comprehensive strategies, institutionalizing youth participation in peace and security, and can contribute to more inclusive, sustainable, and peaceful societies. Youth political participation in building sustainable peace, but much work is needed to gain broad support and recognition and take relevant action. The following recommendations should be considered as a priority for us. Number one, we have to empower women to the essential contribution of civil society actors and encourage participation by traditionally excluded groups and youth. The other issue of recommendation is train young people to analyze conflict dynamics to inform and guide their action. Other recommendation that we are is just to accompany young leaders when they design and implement their peace and social cohesion project. We have to also promote collaboration between and within youth organizations to strengthen the role of young people in peace and security issues. There is a need to increase collaboration and solidarity among young leaders. The other recommendation that has to consider is safety and security of youth spaces. Marginalized group is another issue. Some other issues also, sustainable funding models, bridging the digital divide, has its own implication. Last but not least, recommendation is whole of society approach. Promote a whole of government and whole of society approach to fully realize youth political participation is fundamental. This requires not only targeting youth, but also prioritizing engagement with those who hold the power to grant access to political platforms and opportunities for meaningful dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commander. What really stood out for me in this submission is that representation without resources is an inadequate representation. Yes, and thank you for the great insights on how to go about it and recommendations. We appreciate the great work you do. Amongst, in your efforts to support young people, I think bringing them together just to share their insights and listening to them instead of us talking to them is a great start, and hopefully we'll get to do more over time. Sam, our youth envoy, you represent the youth voices at regional level. What are the top 3 priorities young people are asking for when it comes to peace and security in the region? And how can policymakers here take concrete steps to address them?
Thank you very much, Amina. First of all, I would like to appreciate the young people in the room, but also most importantly, to thank the allies of the young people. And one of them is Commander Bebe, with the Director for Peace and Security Division, Amina, yourself, and Dr. Victoria, plus the leadership of IGAD. One of the biggest questions, or the common question that I've been encountering, is the issue of representation. And Commander Bebe clearly highlighted it a bit. Young people want to be represented. But the biggest challenges I've been facing is how. How can we effectively have young people represented? I always look at these in terms of three big core issues that the young people are facing, both at the national level, but also at the regional level. One of them is institutionalization. At the regional level, we must work with institutions that support young people, and that's how I can measure the effective representation of young people. That's where I can get the right people that can actually speak on behalf of the young people. But when you look at within the region, there are countries that have not yet taken into consideration to institutionalize youth participation. And that definitely limits the participation and effective representations of those young people from those member states into regional issues or regional discussion. The second issue is the issue of funding, limited financial support to youth programs and youth initiatives. And we need to clap for IGAD. Young people, we need to clap for the leadership of IGAD. I have worked with young people, both at the regional level, not even starting with IGAD, but also at the national level. At the regional level, while I was in university, I was a member of the East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform. At the national level, at the moment, I am a member of the Executive Committee of the National Youth Council of Uganda, and then serving as the IGAD Special Youth Envoy. But without financing, and one of the biggest issues that we have faced is that when it comes to access to financing, young people are not seen as a priorities. And that makes conducting or effectively implementing the decisions made by young people becomes a little bit hard. Priorities are given to different things. But when you're looking at this demographic we are dealing with, and we agreed that they need attention, they're calling for their voices to be heard. They want to see things being done, but to effectively undertake that, the resources must be there. And when you look at the member state level, one of the least funded sector is a sector that concerns young people. The same applies to other regional economic communities. When you analyze the budget, definitely you'll see that there is a very huge gap when it comes to access of resources. When I joined IGAD, that is 2024, youth issues were being treated as a cross-cutting issue. But as I talk now, the youth issues are being mainstream, and that is a way we are addressing the financial issues that comes to associating when it comes to implementing youth programs. This is the first IGAD Youth Peace and Security Conference, and we still expect more to happen. But this will not be sustainable if we do not effectively mobilize resources. When I was appointed as the IGAD Youth Envoy, one of the things I thought, and I'm going to do, is to ensure that the issues of the young people within the region reach at the head of state level. Let the head of state sit down and discuss and say that we are all grappling with the challenges. If we talk about peace and security, the people who are carrying the guns are the young people. If we talk about demonstration, the people who are at the forefront are young people. When it talks about the issues that are so prominent to our region, you'll never see it happening without the young people. then why don't we have time to have a comprehensive discussion and a reform that will reflect their interest for some of these things to stop? The other issue is the information gap. Young people, on day one, I said young people are looking for opportunities. And as IGAD, we are really trying as much as possible to close that gap. But these cannot be effective when we cannot coordinate effectively, both at the regional levels, but also at the national levels, even going down to the grassroots levels. Young people want to see IGAD going down to the grassroots level. All of you are in the room aspire to see that we want to take IGAD to the young person and understand. But this can only be effective when there's proper coordination, and coordination lead to effective information dissemination. And as I conclude, I think going forward we need to enhance the level of mainstreaming of youth issues into IGAD, but not only at IGAD level, but also the African Union and other regional economic communities. The other issue, we need to continue pursuing the level of institutionalization. At IGAD, I think I am alone as a youth, but we are focusing on introducing the youth unit as part of the implementation of the IGAD youth policy to enhance coordination, to ensure that at least we have people that are technically planning and dedicated towards planning for the youth within the region. We also need to continue prioritizing on resource allocation and mobilizing resources together as partners to ensure that when it comes to the matters of representation in peace and security, the question should not be where are the resources. The question should now be where the young people are going to be there. And I must say that the youth within the region are much more ready to support such intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam, for your great insights. I think we give the youth very little credit for the amount of effort they've put into state building. I'm a Kenyan myself, and thanks to the young people, now we have some good reforms happening in the country. So please clap for yourselves as well. Young people, any investment that goes into young people yields massive gains for our communities. And it's very important to ensure that we support our youth as much as possible. Thank you, Sam. And now on to Nim'o, a seasoned governance expert. Nim'o, with your experience in governance reform and policy advisory, how can we design inclusive governance systems that not only institutionalize youth participation in peace and security, but also strengthen state institutions and the role of civil society in making that participation making participation meaningful and sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amina, for this opportunity, and what a great pleasure to be amongst these great minds. Some statements I'd like to make that has inspired me to write this and say this is, one, I do believe that youth participation is the oxygen of democracy. Let me say that again. Youth participation is the oxygen of democracy. Youth voice is the oxygen of effective governance. These are something we need to take back. Youth voice is the oxygen and the cornerstone of effective governance. In a nutshell, I'm saying youth participation is not a choice. It's an urgent necessity. In the topic of institutionalizing youth participation, there are certain principles that we all have to take in. One, institutionalization is a process. It's not a one-time or an end of its own. So it's a long-term commitment. Two, it requires genuine leadership across the board. Third, it's a whole of governance. It needs commitment from every stakeholder, not only in the governance sector, but also amongst the community. Now, I have few highlights in terms of strategies to ensure that you institutionalize effectively the role of youth and their active participation. The first category is the aspect of legal and policy foundations. It is important to anchor and effectively integrate participation in the law and the policy framework. It is fundamental to amend national policies so that they speak for the youth. Align with international youth norms and laws by effectively integrating a number of resolutions. I don't have to name them, but some of the passionate ones and speak volumes is 2020-50, 24-19, and 25-35 on youth, peace, and security into our national legal frameworks and policy planning. The second category is the formal structures. It is fundamental that we have a clear strategy when it comes to formalizing youth participation in our formal structures, formal government structures. One of the advice I put on the table here is embedding a youth advisory council across all ministries. It's possible, isn't it? Yeah, imagine if you have a youth council, a youth advisory council that is embedded within government institutions to be closer to power, to be closer to decision making. Yeah. Quota system. Ensure that youth are a significant amount of the alliances or memberships or commissions that are formed in government. Have a clear youth quota. We all know what that is. For many years, we have fought for women quota. It's about time to commit to a youth quota as well. Not only in government institutions, but also in peace committees, as well as transitional governance bodies. My third category is a youth-led accountability mechanisms. These are extremely critical. We don't want youth to simply be a representative of good governance. We want you also to be a representative of peace and social cohesion. So a youth-led accountability mechanism can take many forms. One, by establishing a youth peace monitors, competent youth peace monitors in all structures to track not only the inclusion of youth, but the progress on peace building. So what did I say? Youth-led accountability mechanisms could include a young youth peace monitors, not only to track inclusion, but also monitor and participate the implementation of peace building. Lastly, it is very important you don't demand for funds. You go and source for funds. You don't wait around. I know we've mentioned that the greatest limitation is funding. I believe we are our own resources. So see yourself as a resourceful. Fund a youth-run conflict early mechanisms, a youth fund mechanisms. Initiate public-private partnerships led by the youth. Youth are very business and as well as technologically savvy. Use that to raise funds. Don't wait around from externals. You know what they say, there's no such thing as free lunch, isn't it? Every money you get from outside, you have to work for it. So what better way than to control your own funds if you are the one who raised those funds? So those are the fundamental categories I've mentioned. In a nutshell, it is about legal and policy foundations. Two, it's about formal structures. And last but not least, it's about a youth-led accountability mechanisms. Be part of the change you want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nimro. Very, very good recommendations, and also very good punchlines as well, that youth participation and the youth voice is the oxygen and cornerstone of democracy and effective governance. Very, very important. Another round of applause for this great, sorry. Sorry. Before we get to that point, I am supposed to ask one last question. I think hunger is starting to kick in, that now we forget to finalize. In one sentence, what is your call to action for policymakers and youth leaders here today to make institutionalized, meaningful youth participation in peace and security a reality? From Dr. Victoria going all the way to Ms. Nemo.
Thank you, Amina. To policymakers and youth leaders, I would like to tell you that continue to claim space, advocate, innovate, and make change. To our policymakers, provide a conducive policy environment to our youth to realize their potentials and to contribute to this great resourceful region. And I just want to add to member states as well that it's very important to prioritize peace, because peace is the ultimate priority and the ultimate thing that can make us have a prosperous region. It's a very rich region, full of natural resources and human capital, and without peace, we will not be able to have prosperous region. Thank you.
Actually, on the issue of policy and the legal framework, with regard to institutionalization, member states of IGAD has to follow the approach of whole society approach and whole government approach. The voice of the youth must be listened. As you know it very well, users are victims. Users are also actors in conflict. And users has also the power of peace building. Therefore, the member states has to scale up the peace building initiative and the peace building approach in a policy formulation and legal formulation.
Thank you. Before I go to my one-line statement, first of all, I want to give assurance to the young people. Yesterday, there were discussions saying that we don't have the decision makers in the room. But I must say that you are the decision makers. And whatever that is going to come out of this discussion, I'll make sure that it reaches to the level where it's supposed to be and where it matters. Both in terms of the IGAD leadership, we already have the assurance from the executive secretary. The executive secretary, when he was appointed for his second term in office, he made sure that the youth are his priorities. And the fact that the youth are his priorities have been very supportive and very intentional when it comes to supporting the young people within the region. As I talk now, we have the youngest permanent representative to the United Nations, only 24 years of age. Let's clap for him. Every time I sit down and wonder how he's managing and navigating the politics in the United Nations, the kind of people he's sitting with on the round table. So that's how intentional the institution is. Secondly, as I conclude, one of the things that I want us to take home is that let's see young people as the solution, not as the problem. Let's see young people as a solution to our current problem, but not the creator of the problems we are having. If we can address that mindset, then young people will find spaces where they're supposed to be. Then the youth voices will be reflected. They will even stop talking to themselves. They will now start talking to people that matters, because their opinion will be taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amina. And in a nutshell, embedding youth participation should take place both in the law, the budget, and the decision-making structures. But Amina, a call of action is not complete unless it comes also from the audience. So allow me to facilitate this. Good afternoon, youth. I don't hear. Good afternoon, youth leaders. Are you ready to lead? Louder. Are you ready to lead? Yes. Are you ready to build peace? Yes. Are you ready to shape the future? Louder. Yes. Are you ready to shape the future? Yes. Then say after me, the future is ours. It starts today. Peace starts with us. Let's do it together peacefully. Thank you.
Oh my God, that is very refreshing, Nim'o. Thank you so much. And we really need to speak. Words are very powerful. We need to speak the right words to ourselves, to internalize it and to push for these reforms that we want. And lastly, I would like to thank you all for sharing your great insights and giving us good recommendations on our work and programming. This is what is going to guide our programming going forward. And to the young people, time is the most precious, non-renewable resource that we have. Thank you for giving us your time, and thank you for engaging us. I see there is a plenary session. We have people from the, okay, yes, gentleman in a white shirt, and then the gentleman on the other side in purple, and the ladies, where are the ladies? The two ladies there seated next to each other at the back. And then the lady in green. And we close. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
First, I would like to ask a question to the room. Is there any person with disability in the room? Please kindly raise your hand. Sadly, there's no one. Well, as when I was signing the attendance sheet, I did not see any category of where.
We have one.
Huh? You have one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. When I was signing the attendance sheet, I did not see any sector that is advocating, asking if you have a disability or not. So my question goes towards the IGAD Secretariat, and the question is, in the different structures and divisions and units that you have within IGAD, how are people with disabilities integrated and represented? As well as another question is, does the IGAD youth policy have a Braille version of it for the people with disability? Thank you.
I agree with you. We only have one person with disability in the room, and we should do more and better. IGAD has recently embarked on developing tools for training on people with disability and how to integrate them into our work. The document has been validated at institutional level. We're currently engaging our member states on that, and it's something that we take very seriously. When we have persons with disability joining our meetings, we ensure that they are with somebody, a caregiver, and we cater for that. Not just people with disability, but nursing mothers, so that we ensure they have access to opportunities. On the Braille bit, I will find out for you and give you an update on the youth policy. Yes, that gentleman.
At the outset, I would like to beg the indulgence of the audience. I think the point I raised earlier was not adequately addressed. Therefore, it warrants me to repeat it. My question is directed to the IGAD Secretariat, and my question reads, as to what plans and frameworks do you have in advancing the free movement of refugees across IGAD countries?
Yes, we do have a full refugee policy in place being implemented, and we have durable solutions for refugees, returnees, and host communities, especially for Sudan, South Sudan, and Somalia. Like I said earlier, Teresa Ding is in the room here. She's our coordinator for refugees and displacement. We are doing a lot of work with refugees in countries that are affected by conflict, and we are able to share with you all the relevant policies and documents if you need. We also have a refugee protection policy in place as well.
Yes, the two ladies at the back. Please be quick. Thank you.
Thank you. My question goes to Sam and Commander Abebe. I think whoever can answer best. Sam spoke about IGAD working towards having a youth unit, I think, if I'm not wrong, but also as the IGAD Youth Envoy, I know the commander spoke mostly on having resource allocation for proper and meaningful youth engagement in peace building. So as the envoy, would you say that your office is fully funded to support young people's initiatives at the IGAD region? And if that's the case, do you have other young people that you work with? If not, I would really propose that this is one of the things that IGAD should look into and really support the Office of the Youth Envoy to support young people within the region. Having a unit, of course, is a step towards the right direction, but I also believe that having one envoy working across nations without a team to support might not be practical. Thank you.
Before Sam answers, this is also another question to both Sam and Commander Bebe. You indicated that you established the IGAD Youth Forum for Peace. So my question is, to what level is the council be engaged, and what is their role and mandate? Thank you.
I think we should get all the question and answer at once. Is it okay for purpose of time?
Okay, that should be fine. Those are two questions. I think we had, yes, we had, yes, the lady in green, and then Ayana, I see you at the back, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Mine is just to say that I'm really happy that there is a large number of youths in this event today, and mine is just to Sam, as you said, you are the youth envoy to IGAD, and me as a youth, and most inclusive of gender, inclusion in youth diplomacy, and you talked about the making of the youth unit, and as my sister Nemo said, that the youth are the oxygen, and we should see ourselves as the resources. So mine is just to vote myself and vouch to you to maybe include me in that youth unit. This shows that we as the youth, we are ready for youth inclusive participation, and we are ready to make the work. So yeah, thank you.
Amina, thank you. I don't want to take much time. I think in line with many of the concerns in regards to the youth institutionalizing YPS, just an experience sharing, I think, from our end, Women, Peace and Security, spearheaded by the gender unit. One of the things we did is many young women in the IGAD institution volunteered to be the focal persons within their divisions. So those working on climate change, there was a young woman representing women. So every time the discussions were going on within other sectors, we had people representing the gender issues, speaking on women, peace and security issues. So this is a best practice, I think, from WPS to something that our Special Envoy's office can also borrow.
Thank you. I'm Siema from Uganda. Mine is a recommendation to the IGAD Secretariat through our Youth Envoy. How can we, I think we can have a letter or a document to all youth councils, to the member states, emphasizing on the implementation of the strong youth councils, to have meaningful participation of the youth councils in these member states. I think if we have that as one of the resolutions of this conference, we'll be good to go on saying how best can we institutionalize youth participation in peace processes if we have functional youth councils in our member states. Thank you so much.
Proceed to Youth Envoy Sam and Commander Abebe to respond to. Okay.
If I'm supposed to give credit, I would give Uganda credit. Because when you go to Uganda, you find that there's a functional youth council funded by the government of Uganda, but also created by law. Created by law. When you go to Kenya, I would give Kenya credit. As I talk right now, there's election taking place to put new leadership for the council, funded by the government and created by law. Now that is where I can stop. When you look at the rest of the councils from the member states, others are in form of association, others in form of civil society, and that's bring us to the question that the level of influence they would have to champion youth issues. That's also bring us to the issue that it's necessary that they literally cannot have access to sustainable funding from government. But my role as a youth envoy is to ensure that such institutions are functional, but also working collaboratively with the young people. Ethiopia has a youth council that is not created by law. South Sudan has a youth union that is not, yes, it's created by law, but the law is not passed by parliament. That means the South Sudan Youth Union cannot effectively receive resources from the government of South Sudan. Somalia is in the process and yet to understand how their council is functioning. Djibouti doesn't have one. And we're looking at the way how can we support Djibouti to have a functional youth council created by law. So that's for us to have effective transmission, but also to enforce member states to integrate some of these issues. Some of these institutions need to be empowered. When it comes to funding of the Office of the Youth Envoy plus the rest of the youth-related initiatives, I do agree that resources need to be put, and the little that is there need to be effectively utilized. Young people have so many demands, but the approach we are trying to use at the moment is to ensure that after the mainstreaming of youth issues, then each division must have a youth-focused way of addressing youth issues within. We have issues like climate change we are not talking about, but young people are there. And we are working collaboratively with IGAD to ensure that resources are available to support youth participation in climate change. The same applies to the IGAD Peace and Security Division, and I must say that they're doing a very excellent work, because if it wasn't because of them, it wasn't because of the gender unit, then we would have not been here. They have intentionally put resources to ensure that the young people comes together, and those are the approaches we are employing. But we're also trying to mobilize resources from partners, including allocation of resources from the member state, but this goes to the leadership of how best we can actually do that. When it comes to the forum has been existent. It was launched in year 2021 in Kampala. And as I talk now, tomorrow the forum is going to have a meeting. The forum has members nominated by member states, not by IGAD. And the role is to enhance coordination, but also how best can we ensure that the issue of youth peace and security is streamlined both at the regional level but also at the national level. And they've been doing amazing work. They'll come up with the work plan, and after coming up with the work plan will look at the initiatives they're going to do at the member state level. IGAD, through its partners, can look for resources, but also the forum members are also mandated to look for resources to ensure that at least collectively and collaboratively we can actually have the young people taking the peace and security agenda, the peace and security issues at the grassroots level, but also our member state understand the urgency of involving young people. We want to shift from the autocratic system of peace building, whereby we look at peace building as investment in military equipment, investment in recruiting security personnel. We want to shift from that and go to the soft way of peace building, whereby we're emphasizing on government to empower the young people and so that they can have resources to empower themselves through having empowerment initiatives that are properly accountable. The young people account for it, but also government account for it. But also we want them to understand why is it very important. What's the difference between having only the policy? Because some of the member states have used policies and they're confusing it, that is also peace building. And yet we want to see how best we can build the nexus between the youth policies and the national action plan, so that member state will not say we are prioritizing the implementation of the youth policy, let the national action plan on youth peace and security remain. We want to see that the member state do or undertakes the implementation of those collectively and jointly together. But lastly, as I said, the office of the IGAD Youth Envoy is not a wall sitting in front of you. It is for all of us. The door is open for anyone who have suggestion. The door is open for partnership, as long as we share a common vision. We have a shared objective, and the main objective is how best can we support our young people within the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sam. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Actually, he already addressed all the issues that was raised, but just to reinforce his intervention, one, we have to work closely with Victoria Office how to implement the IGAD youth policy. IGAD has youth policy, therefore we have to implement that youth policy. The other issue, again, it was raised by Sam, about the issue of IGAD peace and security. IGAD Youth Forum for Peace and Security that was established in 2021 in Kampala. So we will, there will be a meeting tomorrow just to discuss on this modality. Besides to this, my office conducted a series of capacity building training program for IGAD member states, for particularly focused for youth. So just to scale up the youth engagement in peace and security and other spectrum. Besides to this, IGAD is now in a process to formulate IGAD grant strategy for the year 2026 to 2030. On that particular issue, particular initiative, the IGAD Peace and Security Division, the partnership, Dr. Ayan, Patience, Victoria, and Amina also, we will promote the the issue of youth to engage on that strategy. Because youth is, it is a cross-sectoral, not only in peace, but also in development, in political intervention, in community engagement. Therefore, we have to push to include the issue of youth in our upcoming strategy. Thank you, Amina.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commander Abebe, for your insights. And just to add on to what both Sam and Commander have shared, when we talk about gender, it's women, men, boys, and girls. And so every opportunity that comes from IGAD Gender Office, young people, boys and girls, young men, young women are engaged in the processes. I'll give you an example. We have just concluded the selection of the IGAD internship program because we understand that there's a crisis when it comes to employment and underemployment within our region. And it's not just young women, there are also young men in the list. And so we might not have it maybe structured in such a way that every youth engagement falls under. But the nature of engaging youth is that, and as Nim'o had mentioned earlier, we need to have them engaged in every sector. So you might not see it maybe just under what Sam is doing, but it reflects across all the work of IGAD at regional level. Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for this great panel. And to yourselves as well for engaging us and holding us accountable. I think that is something to appreciate. Last but not least, power is not given, it's taken. Meaningful participation is your right. It's your given right. It's not something you beg for. You must hold your leaders accountable, your partners accountable, your organizations accountable to push for the reforms. Young people, keep us on your toes. I was in the list until 2 months ago. I'm not in the youth bracket. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know whether to be happy or sad with age. But keep us accountable and make it your responsibility to do so. Thank you very much, and clap for me too. Come on, I've been a good moderator. Yeah? Yes.
By Commander Bebe, and then I have a massive surprise for you guys immediately after his remark made. So those of you that have been treating me right, massive surprise. Those of you who have been treating me wrongly, you're about to find out. Yes. But please give Commander Bebe another round of applause as he gives us our closing remarks for today.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having this opportunity to meet the young leaders. Your Excellency, Madam Amina Farah, Manager of IGAD Gender Affairs Office, Mr. Sam Ogal, IGAD Special Envoy for Youth, esteemed panelists, distinguished IGAD staff who have been with us, my favorite young leaders and fellow servant of peace, fellow peace builders, distinguished champions of youth empowerment, observed protocols, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Orkneh Gabayo, the Executive Secretary of IGAD and the current chairperson of Africa Union Regional Economic Communities and the Regional Mechanism Coordination Platform, I would like to thank the government of Kenya again for the hosting this conference. I would like to appreciate the panelists, all the panelists who shared their rich knowledge and experience, and above all, the participant, you the youth, for your active engagement. I am very grateful for you and my colleagues who facilitated this conference also has a very remarkable effort and professional input and efficient way. As you know it very well, there is a shining beacon of hope across IGAD region today, and it burns brightest in the hearts and minds of our youth. As we gather in the great city of Nairobi, I am reminded of these words: the future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted, it belongs to the brave. And brave are the young men and women who refuse to accept conflict as their destiny. Over the past decade, IGAD has not merely talked about youth participation. We have taken bigger steps and built the architecture for it. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the IGAD Youth Policy Framework 2021-2030, adopted with unprecedented consensus by our member states, represents more is alive. It is our covenant with the future. We have committed to ensuring that no young person in our region will be excluded from the peace process that determine their destiny. But let us not mistake progress for completion. Today, as youth under the age of 30 constitute over 60% of the total population in the IGAD region. We stand at a crossroads. We can either harness this demographic dividend for peace and prosperity, or watch it become a source of instability. The future is in the capable hands of our young people, many of whom are in this room. Let us ensure their hands and empowered to build and the peaceful, prosperous IGAD region we all envision. The future belongs to those who have the courage to seize it, the wisdom to plan for it, and the determination to work for it every single day. The future is not a distant promise. Actually, it is being built today through your participation, your advocacy, your innovation, and your leadership. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, young people constitute a tremendous and essential asset worth investing in, opening the door to unparalleled multiplier effects. Assets asserts the first ever United Nations strategy. It marks a shift away from merely working for young people and towards an approach that involves them amplifying their voices and engaging them as partners and leaders. By recognizing the fundamental commitments to work with youth across its three pillars: peace and security, human youth leadership, and greater staff awareness of youth-related issues. The main components of the strategy include support youth leaders, the strengthening knowledge production, accelerated resource mobilization, and partnership development, and greater funding base and mechanism for youth-led actions. The IGAD, the United Nations strategy also sets, as you know it very well, 5 priority areas. Number 1 is engagement and participation and advocacy. Number 2 is informed, healthy foundations. Number 3, economic building, economic empowerment through decent workers. Number 4 is youth and human rights. And the final one is peace and resilience building. Particularly the 5th priority of peace, resilience building seeks to support young people as a catalyst for peace and security and humanitarian actions. Its roadmap draws from not only changing mindsets within the United Nations about peace building and prevention, but also the great mobilization in previous years on youth and partners demanding the young men and women are seen no longer behind at their perpetrators or victims of violence, but rather than preventing violence and sustaining peace. Finally, I would like to declare this regional conference has been successfully concluded, and I blew my trumpet to disperse the parade. I wish you all safe journey for those who will be traveling, and I hope we will cross again on another engagement. I thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless us in abundance. Thank you so much.
All right. Another round of applause for Commander Baby, who's closed us off. I am exceptionally happy for having been your moderator for 2 days, and also happy to have listened to some of the most intelligent conversations I've ever had on this region from this room. So our days here are done. We're going to proceed and have lunch. But before we go for lunch, the hotel has been kind enough to gift us a cake because it was International Youth Day. So it's a massive surprise for you guys. There's a cake on the outside there. So we'll go on the outside and cut our cake and eat it before we head for our lunch. So thank you so much, everyone. Have yourselves great journeys back to your homes. And I'm so happy to see you. Thank you.